We will start with this. On Monday's episode of her Let's Be Clear podcast, Shannon Doherty shared her hopes for the future as she continues to battle stage 4 breast cancer. She was speaking to oncologist Dr. Lawrence Pirro. She said, I always talk about the fact that we just need to squeeze out another 3 to 5 years. And then there's going to be T-cell therapy. And then there's going to be this. There's going to be a lot more options that will give another 5 years. And then she had, and then in those 5 years, there's a whole other group of options, and eventually there's going to be a cure. That's a great way to look at things.
I think that is a brilliant way to look at it. And you know, we talked about viewing things as half full, empty. You know, we live in amazing times, and inroads are always being made. So, yeah, there's no reason to not think that way.
It's got to be tough, though, man.
Oh, my God,
you know, I knew you were touched by cancer. And it
scares the crap. And I had a very manageable, prostate cancer, where she is right now is much more precarious.
Yeah. So she confirmed, the doctor confirmed that it was a good approach and said, I always say that it's an important thing of each therapy is a horse. And in a horse race, you want to ride every horse as long as it rides. And then you ride the next horse as much as possible. He said you hope that you make it in a few laps. Then there's altogether another new set of horses to ride to make the race that much longer. So she's hanging in there with that. All right, so a new video, and I saw this, has been released documenting the brawl between Ian Ziering and a group of mini bikers on New Year's Eve, and taken from a different angle than what was originally shared on TMZ. The video shows that he pretty much started the physical part of this altercation.
Oh.
In the clip, the group of mini bikers circle Ziering's car, which was stopped behind another car on Hollywood Boulevard, and it's unclear whether Ziering's car was hit, but the Sharknado actor can be seen getting out of his car and then shoving one of the bikers off of their bike, and from then there, the brawl kind of kicks in. So it looked like they had maybe smashed into his car. He's got his daughter in there. And it got escalated and it got physical.
So I thought that might have been the case because what happened is in his statement afterwards, he sort of takes ownership of making that mistake. So, that it got the better of him. However, they collided with his car and were taking off. But I think he's aware that it might not have gone down that way had he not pushed, yeah. So he may, who knows if he'll face some legal issues with this or not. That's why I always keep a cat of nine tails in the car, Preston.
That's a good call. His former co-star, Brian Austin Green, shared a video to his Instagram stories on Tuesday to comment on the incident. He said, my boy, Ian Ziering, got in a fist fight on Hollywood Boulevard with 5 dudes and effing beat them. Did his thing. He's a monster. He's effing incredibly fit, obviously. And he said, I would not suggest to anyone to fight people, especially not now in this climate. But you know what? All turned out well. Z, I love you, brother. You're an effing beast. Good on you.
By the way, how tall is he? Because he was taller than everybody, and I don't.
Yeah, he's pretty big.
He looks like a 6'1", 6'1". But by the way, this apparently, Casey, they're known as a mini bike gang. Like
Yeah.
I saw one dirt bike. It appeared to be.
Are they Hex Angels?
I mean, yeah, but they're like that. They're
Yeah.
like they're riding on mini bikes.
Yeah.
Which is kind of their thing.
But he says, Brian Austin Green, he beat up 5 dudes. I'm like, I feel like I saw some chicks in there. It wasn't, necessarily.
There were decent sized dudes.
Yeah.
I mean, when a mass of them approaches you, you got your hands full.
Yeah.
Totally. He's a 6-footer, apparently.
There
Okay.
you go.
I met him one time.
Where? What was the
At the
story?
Philadelphia Auto Show when I was in high school. He was there. The only reason we went was that we could go see him and have our.
How was he? Was he cool? Was he
Dude,
nice?
I don't even remember. It was. He was up at like a table. I don't even think we got pictures with him or anything
Damn.
like that. But the only reason we went to the car show.
You were Iron Ziering fan.
Yeah.
There you go.
My aunt was his counselor in college.
Really? Where'd he go to college?
You know what? Somewhere in Jersey, like either Rutgers or maybe it was Princeton. I
Not
forget.
from 90210?
Not originally.
Damn it.
Oh, okay. Well, let's share our Ian Ziering connections.
Yeah,
this morning
yeah.
here on the show.
I saw him
Special
in Beverly
tribute.
Hills one time. He used to work for Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
I saw him on an episode of MTV Sports once.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was right there.
Was it a
he
good
was
episode?
bungee jumping out of a hot air balloon,
This
actually.
one's for you, Preston.
Is that Dan Cortez,
It was.
your host? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Steve, do you have a connection?
No.
You're the only one.
I'm sorry.
Well,
No,
you're
no.
probably the only one who's ever watched Sharknado.
No, that's true. I watched them
No,
all.
I've actually seen all of them
Have
because
you?
Jace got
Oh,
so into them.
No.
I have seen every last one of them like 100 times.
Do you like them?
And there's a new one. They're
No,
working
it's
on a new one.
insane.
I know it's
would just-
dumb.
She's more Lavalantula.
I would just watch it and like couldn't believe that he was actually into this. And
Yeah.
let's laugh.
It became a thing for a bit.
Yeah.
There was literally, I don't know if you remember the progression of the storyline, but Tara Reid literally, towards the end of the series, was like a cyborg.
And were Debbie Gibson and Tiffany in one of them?
That was one of them. That was
Was that Two Lava, Two Angela?
no, that wasn't Tulava Tulantula. It was the alligators and
Oh, my God.
or the snakes. There was a whole.
And
all
what
that.
natural disaster was it a part of? Do you remember?
I
Hurricane or-
don't. By the end of it, I think there's got to be like 60 movies.
Yeah, can I just need to say that we're poking fun here, but movies are allowed to do that. You know, like not everything has to be
Oppenheimer?
Listen,
Oppenheimer.
a junk food movie
Yeah.
is just as valid as Oppenheimer. So.
Most definitely.
And many consider Oppenheimer a feel-good comedy.
I haven't seen it yet. I can't form my opinion
It's
on
very
that.
funny. It's very Barbie-ish.
Speaking of funny, Cat Williams is sharing his side of the story when it comes to Cedric the Entertainer allegedly stealing one of his jokes. He had said on a recent podcast, he said he thought that I was just a no-name comedian and that he could take this joke and nobody would know. The issue was that I had already done this particular joke on BET's Comic View twice. I had done it so well on BET's Comic View that they made it part of the commercial. He said, this is not just a random joke. This is my best joke, and it's my last joke, and it's my closing joke. In 1998, I'm doing this joke. Cedric comes to the Comedy Store. He watches me in the audience, comes backstage, tell me what a great job I did and how much he loves the joke. And 2 years later, he's doing that as his last joke on the Kings of Comedy, and he's doing it verbatim. He just changed my car into a spaceship in the joke. So Cedric has responded, and in an Instagram comment, he said, revisionist history. Regardless of whatever Cat's opinion, my career can't be reduced to one joke Cat Williams claims as his. I've been in over 40 movies. My specials and my brand speaks volumes for I am. The people I have put on, including Cat in the Hat, at the Gibson Amphitheater.
I don't understand all that.
Nah, me neither.
But it sounds like they haven't reconciled.
But it also sounds like he's not saying, no, dude, I didn't steal your joke." So,
These are classic battles in the world of comedy.
Yep. Kelly Clarkson is ending an expensive chapter in her life by paying her ex-husband Brandon Blackstock her last installment of spousal support.
This was an acrimonious divorce, man.
At the beginning of this year. So a source said Kelly is feeling relieved that her spousal support to Brandon has come to an end. She filed for divorce from him in June 2020 after the two had been married for over 7 years, having first met in 2006.
He was her manager, right?
Yeah, she was required to pay a $1,326,000 one-time tax-free payment in addition to agreeing to paying him $115,000 per month in spousal support. This is back or until this month, okay? And after their divorce was finalized in 2022, she was mandated to provide $45,000 a month in child support to their 2 children. Speaking of the...
Wait, so she were the kids with him?
I think they had shared custody.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that was one of the things that was so bizarre is because that amount would indicate that he had
custody.
full custody.
Yeah.
Right. Huh. So speaking of the final spousal support payment, the source said that Kelly had been ready for this for a while and now is so happy her payments to Brandon will be complete. It's nice knowing that this chapter of her life can close with the new year.
Have you seen her recently? She had a whole bunch of weight.
I think she's jumped on the Ozempic train.
I think
probably.
so, too.
She looks great.
Yeah.
She looks fantastic, so good for her.
I started performing with my new obsession, Teddy Swims, and I was like, hey, she I thought listen, I always thought she was beautiful, but
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, she's got a very pretty face and obviously a great singer and a cute, charismatic personality about her.
You're talking from Justin to Kelly fan, so I was on board a long time ago.
California Labor Commissioner had declared in November 2023 that Blackstock had illegally secured positions for Clarkson while working as her manager, including signing her contract to serve as a judge on The Voice. According to the outlet, Blackstock also received $2,031,000 in payments for endorsements from Wayfair and Norwegian Cruise Line. The Labor Commissioner further ordered him to pay his ex-wife back the payments, which included $1.98 million for the Voice gig. So it's been back and forth.
Yeah.
So he gave her the money that he owed her.
Right.
And then she ended up giving him a little bit back.
Yeah, it's been
all right.
A little back and forth.
That's why, man, these things can go on for so long. And when a divorce, if you're getting into that realm where you're going to get divorced, try to keep it as pleasant as possible because, oh my God.
But it also depends on whether, one person was doing something like he was, something nefarious. So then it gets, forget it. It sucks, but that's where they are. So there's a lot of talk going on about a scene in the new movie Saltburn that involves Jacob Elordi's bathwater. And this is interesting. So the Euphoria actor shared his thoughts in a recent interview. In the movie, his wealthy student Felix, his classmate Oliver, becomes obsessed with him as Catton welcomes Oliver to his estate called Saltburn. And at one point in the film, Oliver drinks Catton's bathwater, which Catton had pleasured himself into.
Okay.
Wow. That sounds great.
Doesn't it, though? So, Elordi said...
It sounds terrible, actually. I mean, not the
I always forget which word,
but pleasuring yourself in a bathtub, like...
Oh, that's the part of it that's got you freaked out.
No.
That sounds like a lot of work. You can't do that. Like, it just doesn't...
I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah,
you can.
No, I know. But, like, the water
and
doesn't...
it's wonderful.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I disagree.
This from the guy who was defending Sharknado just a moment ago.
Yeah.
You can do that.
No, I know that you can. It's just... I don't know. The
He's
water.
not into it.
What's that?
You're
There's
not
a movie
into it.
called Jerknado. I want you to watch.
No, the
They show you
water
how to
does
do it.
not act as a good.
I understand. Lubricant, yes.
No, you're right. Yeah, that's why I'm not a fan of shower sex or anything like that.
Yeah,
However,
you got to work
I'm with
harder.
you.
let's put it this way: if your unit's serving as a periscope. Yeah, see what I'm saying?
I think they're more focusing on the fact that this guy drank the
Drank
bathwater.
the water. Yeah, come on.
So anyhow, he said, I was really excited when I read that scene because you don't really see things like that in mainstream movies a lot of time. He said it was a great time. It was great that director Emerald Fennell was able to push those boundaries and expose people like that, I think. According to Variety, people are now selling candles labeled Jacob Elordi's bathwater. So it's a bit of a thing, but it's a kind of a freaky moment in the movie.
I don't know him that well. I didn't watch all of Euphoria, but Steve, he's hosting SNL in a couple of weeks. He's the host on January 20th.
Well, he was in that Elvis movie. He played Elvis.
Oh, right.
In the
Priscilla
Sophia
one?
Coppola. Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess his star is rising and his bathwater is full of semen.
There you go. Britney Spears has shut down the rumor that she's working on a new album in a candid Instagram post where she declares she will never return to the music industry.
Another candid post.
Yeah,
How did that
Dancing
work
with
out?
Knives.
She was seemingly responding to reports that surfaced early Wednesday morning on Page 6 about Spears potentially tapping Charlie XCX and writer Julia Michaels for an unannounced record That would be her first in nearly a decade.
Okay, so she's now a way that we describe friends in our friend group that have gone nuts a little bit. We're like, oh my God, did you see her post? She's Britney.
She's Britney. So
there you
now
go.
Britney is an adjective.
Right.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
So she continued saying, when I write for fun or I write for other people. For those of you who have read my book, there's loads that you don't know about me. I've written over 20 songs for other people the past 2 years.
Has she?
Yeah,
I didn't know
Michael
that.
Spears have worked together in the past, although the nature of their collaborative relationship is unknown. Michael is credited as a writer on Spears' Slumber Party, a song that appeared on our last studio album, Glory, in 2016. And it was also co-written by Matthias Larsson, Robin Fredrickson, and Justin Tranter.
So, a quick question. Of her hits that we would know, has she written or co-written any of those?
Don't know. Not really sure. She went on to call herself a ghostwriter, meaning that she writes for other artists without attaching her name to the projects, and said she honestly prefers it.
Well, then I'm a ghostwriter, too.
So I'm not sure what songs of hers she has had a hand in. I know Hit Me Baby One More Time. She didn't.
No.
She didn't have
In
a
fact,
hand
they were
in that.
farming that song around. That was
Yeah.
going to go to a couple of different people.
Yeah. So I don't really know. All right. What else I have here for you? Sienna Miller welcomed her second child to the world. The Anatomy of a Scandal actor and her boyfriend, Ollie Green, were photographed getting coffee in London, where Miller held on to her newborn baby. This is the first child for them together. She shares the Alfie actor. It says, is that her or him? I don't know.
It might be him.
Shares an 11-year-old daughter named Marlo with ex-fiance Tom Sturridge. So no, that's
It's her.
Yeah. So she,
Was baby having coffee as well?
probably, sure, why not? It's they're kind of new age people.
That Alfie movie, that was a remake, right? That came out
Yes.
with Jude Law, I think.
The original Alfie was with Michael Caine and
Yeah.
Lynn Redgrave.
Yeah, and I remember, Steve, when it came out, everybody was just like, just watch the original.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
What's it all about, Alfie?
Pamela Anderson is continuing to bring her unnatural look to the fashion world. According to People, the Baywatch star did a makeup-free, high-fashion Oh,
no,
my God.
No, stop it.
This is me. This is what you do. For Proenza
No, she looks fine.
Schuler's Spring 2024 collection.
I still like her.
I really like her. And if you watch that documentary, of her kind of, it's positioned as her kind of going through videotapes, throughout the years of her life, you get a great appreciation for her. She, obviously it's not too bad being born beautiful and all that stuff, and that came with it, but she paid her dues.
Here's the thing, and I'm going to comment on the makeup-free photos.
They're not makeup free?
No, they're makeup-free. I don't think she looks very good, and the reason being is because we know her for being so
Right.
Yeah.
made up for all those years that it is such a stark contrast that it's hard to look at her and go, hey, she looks great. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
and I
if-
feel kind of bad about
But
that.
also look at her for if
Yeah, she's not like loaded with wrinkles and stuff
no,
like that.
she
but-
looks good.
yeah.
Like I look at it and think, wow, she looks good. Yes, we do know her as that, but you know what? Like, good for her for doing this and bringing
Yeah.
herself back into the spotlight for something different. Steve, stop.
Wake up in the morning. Do you have a kiss for me? Do you have a kiss for me?
It does look like she has a man hand, though, doesn't it, Casey?
It does, and then also,
matches her man face.
like her, the only critique I will say is like, where the freak are her eyebrows?
Well, they're
Well,
gone. They're gone.
gone. That's the
they were
problem.
removed, and for years, she did that thing that we talk about. Eyebrows removed, and they would be stenciled on.
Well, and they were for so long they were so tiny.
Yeah.
We made them so thin. That's what we wanted, and they don't grow back. So now she's going with no makeup. She probably had them painted on for every other photo shoot. Now we have no makeup here, so you see
Here's my
teeny
issue.
tiny eyebrows.
Kathy, and tell me if you agree with this. And we have two pictures here, and the one where she's in sort of like the black jacket. I don't think that's lit well. It has her eyes look sort of darkened and cavernous, and I don't think that's the other picture in the red dress. To the other side, she looks fine.
Where she's smelling her armpit?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Does this smell like cheese?
I think it's the eyebrows case. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think a little bit of that. What's wrong with my eyebrows? Nothing wrong with a little bit of makeup.
So here's my little bit of makeup photo shoot.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going makeup free. I'm just doing a little bit.
Little bit.
I think that's fine.
Yeah. So she said, I think I'm not a trend follower. I would prefer to be a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. She said that to the outlet last year. She said, I think being a pioneer and being yourself is difficult to do in a world that's telling you to do something
Pioneer?
Yes, Lewis and Clark. No, you know what I thought was very cool in the documentary is she appeared in Chicago on Broadway, a limited run.
That's right.
She had no real theater experience and stepped up, and the critics really gave her thumbs up. So
She was in Chicago?
yeah,
Yeah, she played like that, from the movie, the Queen Latifah role, right?
no, she played the Renee Zellweger
Is that what it was?
role.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roxy, whatever.
Roxy, yeah.
No, I don't know.
I don't really like Chicago as a musical.
Chicago.
Go.
That's all I know. All right.
Chicago.
Thank you.
Chicago.
That's the musical.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's the whole
That's
thing.
her. Did you like it?
Nigel Lythgoe is facing he's an American Idol producer. He's facing a second sexual assault lawsuit just days after Paula Abdul accused him of sexually assaulting her in a lawsuit filed last week. Yeah. Two women appeared on...
been in love?
Two women who appeared on 2003's All-American Girl reality show filed a lawsuit against him on Tuesday accusing
Wait,
him
I
of...
thought he died.
No, you're...
Oh, Ken, the one from Dancing with the Stars.
Oh, yes. Similar style.
Len.
Yeah. No, he is.
No, this is a producer.
Nigel is basically the guy who created
No, but
these
Nigel's
shows.
on air, too.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right, anyhow, they accuses him of negligence, sexual assault, battery, sexual harassment, gender violence, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Court documents show that one of the women has accused him of attempting to kiss her and pushing her body close to his, while the other said he pinned her against the grand piano in the house, pushed himself against her body, and forced his mouth and tongue onto her, despite her numerous statements telling him not to, and attempts to pull her face away from his. Both of these incidents allegedly happened on the same night. So, yeah, he's facing a lawsuit with that. And then one final story. Whoopi Goldberg made a surprise cameo in the new rendition of The Color Purple after she had played Celie Johnson in the 1985 version of the film, which she's brilliant in.
It's a great performance.
Screenwriter Marcus Gardley told the Los Angeles Times in a recent interview that adding Goldberg to the script as a midwife felt like the perfect part symbolically because it's like she herself gave birth to the role, and now we see her passing it down.
I saw her. I watched the Kennedy Center honors over the break. They aired them, and I finally caught this. I always miss them, and I'm like, oh, I want to see it. They were honoring Billy Crystal.
Yes.
So she came out because of the comic relief years.
Yeah.
She did a great job. And she looks like she's
Slimming down,
Ozempic
too.
a little bit. Yeah.
Why not, man? Absolutely. All right, let's do the clips. Here we go. Night Swim is not Carrie Condon's introduction to the horror realm, but her roles were very different. In this clip, Carrie compares playing the matriarch of a family with it says a hunted swimming pool. I'm sure I think it means a hunted swimming pool to her character Clara on The Walking Dead. Here we go.
When I finish a job, it's like I almost forget that I did it. And it's like I start with a clean slate again. So sometimes I don't really remember my filming experiences. It's like I have to kind of let them go or something. So I never put the two together. But I don't think it would have informed it because that character had gone demented, whereas my character is very much like the voice of reason.
You got that demon there in the pool there.
I love that accent.
I do love that.
Is adorable.
Let me tell you something. We got the demon in the pool there.
Yeah.
Get the skimmer.
So I don't remember her in Walking Dead. Was she in later?
Dude, I have no clue who she is.
No.
I don't remember.
Marissa says
Clara.
season 4?
Season 4?
Season 5.
Get out of here.
The pool.
That's it, all the stinky zombies walking around.
I'm
Going-
on.
What does that mean?
I think I'm on season 3 right now. That's the.
What is it 3 or 4?
You're rewatching it?
Yeah, my son started watching it, and so I've,
Oh, wow.
I'm ducking in and out and stuff. So season 1 obviously is, and it's in Atlanta, and the CDC. Season 2 is on Herschel's farm. Season 3 is the prison,
Right.
and then the governor. So I'm trying to figure out what the freak happens in season 4.
Okay.
Season
Fire.
4.
Night Swim, by the way, opens in theaters this Friday.
God, that show was such a juggernaut. I loved it so much.
Yeah.
And then when I tapped out,
Listen, I'll tell
I
you.
know
what.
you followed through.
I know, but I'm watching it again with my
Yeah.
son, and there's things that I like and I don't like about it. But what I am enjoying about it is, he's like he'll say something about a character, and I'm like for instance, oh God, McBride's the woman who she was a
I know you're talking about. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
He's like, he doesn't care for her in the first season. I'm like,
Just wait.
just you wait.
Just you wait, buddy. You.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was her name?
Come on, man.
Claire?
I haven't watched it.
Is it Claire?
It might be Claire.
It's not Claire.
Okay.
Claire.
It's been a while since I've seen it. There's Coral. All right, next clip. Here we go. Monk, the brilliant detective.
Carol. There we go.
Monk, the brilliant detective with obsessive compulsive disorder, returns to solve one last case involving his stepdaughter, Molly, a journalist preparing for her wedding. And here, Tony Shalhoub talks about reviving the character for Mr. Monk's Last Case, a Monk movie. Here we go.
I was a little nervous about it because I'd done a number of other projects and I'd been wearing the mantle of Abe Weissman for 5 seasons and Maisel. And, I just wasn't sure where Monk was in me anymore. But I'll tell you, once we started getting into it and we started reading through the script a few times, it was like we had never left it.
I don't think I want to see it.
Mr. Monk's Last Case, a Monk movie, is streaming now on Peacock.
I did enjoy the Monk series. Did you watch any of it?
Clips
Yeah.
here and there, and I know it's a good series.
Yeah.
But I just never got into it.
I wonder if it's a good binge, and if it is, where I can binge it. Maybe Peacock or something.
I don't even know if it's necessarily something that you need to binge. You can jump and grab some episodes. It works that way. It is episodic.
Right.
I like him. I really.
Well, and the character has, he has this sort of OCD-ish way about him, but that's the way he solves his cases.
Right.
Yeah, so you don't have to binge it. It's not a continuing. I'm sure there's some elements
There's
that
some
continue,
things
but
that-
it's for the most part it's episodic. So,
Yeah.
or you can
Procedural, if you will.
roll in and
All
out.
8 seasons of Monk are now streaming on Peacock.
There it is, Case. Excellent. Carol. All right.
By the way, man.
By the way, Carol is, so she survives Walking Dead, pretty much.
Yeah, I think she, Carol and Daryl.
Carol and Daryl.
Stop
And
it. Oh, my God.
she survives the Mist, Preston.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What were we going to say?
No, I was going to say, in season 1, her husband is he's an a-hole.
Yes, he's a batterer. He's domestic violence.
He's a domestic abuser. And at one point, Shane comes in and beats the hell out of him, rightfully so, because he puts his hands on somebody. And one of the other dudes is like, that's none of our business. That's their marriage. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. I'm like, that doesn't hold.
Was that Oldie McGoldenstein?
It wasn't, no, but that guy ended up dying anyway. But I'm like,
Well,
if
that's
you
why
see
they had him
somebody
say that, so they could
domestically
kill him.
battering somebody, I'm like, I don't care if I know you or if I don't know you, but if you're put your hands on your wife, you're an a-hole. And like everybody deserves to come in and
Absolutely. You're a rational thinking individual,
Thank
Casey.
you.
Round of applause.
God. The TV show.
And those zombies. What's with that?
Wait, that wasn't a documentary, Nick?
All right.
Let it go.
We'll take a break and we'll chat with Casey out there. All right. We are gonna take a break right now. Ian Fighting will be stopping.
And what about Fred Mertz? Why was he always so upset?
And Scotty Hartnell and more. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Casey mooned us again. He looked at him and not he didn't crack a smile, nothing.
The first time, Kath, when I did it, you were still doing your traffic. He was the only one who saw me, and you just hear him go, "Are you serious?"
Yeah. Casey, is it cold out there at all, or is it protected?
What's that?
Is it cold out there at all, or is it protected by the glass at this point?
I'm totally fine. Yeah, no, we're completely enclosed in glass, so the outer glass is it's cut off from the elements outside.
Okay.
Yeah, so they have this atrium that they're adding to the building here. Ask this construction what his name is.
Jeez. Oh, man, I don't want to do this.
Hey, what's your name, by the way? Robert. That's Robert over here, guys.
Hey, Robert. We've been looking at Robert's ass for the better part of the morning, so yeah.
Hey, guys, I hate you.
Goddamn job.
Seriously.
Okay. How did you get out there, by the way?
So you got to go down the 3rd floor. Well, first I had to sign a giant waiver and put a hard hat on. And I went down to the 3rd floor, I walked out. Had to climb up a ladder.
Oh,
Really cool. Yeah.
I've been wanting to do this stuff for a while.
Hey, let me ask you this: Is the fart earlier? Was that you about to go out onto the scaffolding? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Casey was faking a bathroom emergency, and he came back and said it was fart. And I was like, I thought that was a little odd.
No, because if it's Casey, you would have figured he would have crapped his pants.
Right. Right. Okay.
yeah, so I thought I was going to be out there earlier, but what I actually had to do was go through all of like the legal stuff of signing my life away. But at that point, I thought I was coming outside, but I wasn't. So
this kind of stuff, construction. When you see this, you just want. I think it's cool. Like that's why we talked about like Diggerland or whatever it is. Anything with the equipment and cranes and stuff like that. You make a good construction worker. You look good in your hard hat and everything. The way you moon.
Right?
I think you look like the foreman. Like you look like the guy in charge of everybody out there.
Are you sure I don't look like a fireman? That's a fat joke, guys.
A fat joke?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Well, get on in here.
All right, come on back in.
All right.
Bye-bye. Guys, I thought it was a guy who works here that maybe was a listener and decided to show us his butthole. But no, it was Casey. It's Shirley Bassey's birthday today.
Binga!
Yeah.
Love her.
Pretty girl,
Beware of his heart of gold. His heart is cold. He loves only gold.
he loves only gold,
Only gold.
only gold.
He loves gold.
He loves gold.
It's the only reason I bring the birthday up every year. That and actually, we had mentioned that she was on the Oscars and they had her come out and sing that song, and her voice was outstanding.
Hasn't lost a bit.
She's 83 years old. She's still a gorgeous woman, too,
Yeah.
at 83.
She also sang the other Bond song for the movie Diamonds Are Forever.
Okay. Diamonds are forever. I don't know how it goes.
Sparkling round my little finger. Unlike men, the diamonds linger.
Wow.
Men are mere mortals who are not worth going to your grave for.
So she's 83 today.
We have that as well.
Oh, wow.
Diamonds are forever. They are all I need.
To please me, they can stimulate and tease me.
They won't leave in the night. I've no fear
That they might desert me.
Nice.
I could have done those parts. I could have sung those songs.
Easily. All right, and then we have Rachel Nichols, who is in...
Rachel Nichols, jingling in your pockets.
Nichols. And another bass player, Rick Savage of Def Leppard. He turns 60 years old
And
today.
an odd thing, he's got extra appendages.
Wow, really?
He's got 3 legs.
He picked... When this band was in their height, when Pyromania came out, I was a huge fan.
Oh my God,
of
yeah.
Def Leppard. They were great. I went to that tour. I went to that concert. It was awesome. It was one of my first real rock shows that I went to.
And they were driven by a robust MTV presence.
Oh my God, yes.
I told you that I don't remember what year that came out. It had to have been 84, 85, something like that.
No, it was before that.
Was it?
Yeah, it was like 82, I think.
Okay, hang on. Is Pour Some Sugar on Me on that one?
No, that's...
Oh.
Oh, wait. Pyromania. I'm sorry.
83 is when it came out.
Okay.
Okay.
January of 83, and
No, it was not on that album. Man, what was Pour Some Sugar? That was a gigantic album, and I can't remember the name of it.
After the Gold
Not
Rush.
High and Dry. What the hell is the...
No, High and Dry was early. Hang on a second here.
Hysteria.
That's it.
and that was 87.
That was 87. Okay.
Yep.
Because
Hysteria.
I have a vivid memory of a guy that at the pool, he came with his boombox, you know, Lloyd Dobler, blaring "Pour Some Sugar on Me" because he was trying to get pumped up. He was going to do a triple off of the high dive.
Okay.
And that was his motivational
That
song?
was his motivation.
Pour some sugar on me?
It's like right out of a movie. You know, basically, jean jacket and cut off jean shorts.
Clear me a path.
Right? And he's blaring, pour some sugar on me, and he gets up onto the high dive.
Today's the day.
Today is the day. He had been working himself up for this for like an entire weekend.
Are
right?
you ready to do it today?
Right? So he gets up.
Gandalf showed up. Oh my God.
When you're done pouring your sugar, I want to see the greatest dive of all time.
Anyway, what happened?
All right, so what happens is he gets up on the high dive, blaring music.
You and me, babe.
And he got up and
What did he do?
he counted the 3. He got off of the end of the board. He did 1 flip, 2 flips, 2.5 flips, and then landed flat on his back. Splattered all over the place. I swear to God, he got up spitting blood because he hit smack so hard. Oh, it was great, man. What a great memory.
Rick Savage's birthday. Sometimes he just heads down that path, and you have to let him go.
I
we need to hear.
Sometimes in life, you need to let things happen of their own accord.
We need to flush it out. So
we learned something about some dude we'll never meet.
yeah, he's all right. Rick Savage is 60.
Thank you, Rick Savage. Thank you for that
Wherever
memory.
you are.
Me TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
So, I know it's so stupid that we're watching recanned show, but Me TV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones, and they're the same show. Basically.
It's the same show. Yeah.
But I didn't like the Honeymooners because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just
Alice, I'm gonna beat you to death with a hammer.
Right. That's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the
If
moon.
my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah. To the moon essentially was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
The good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon.
They loved
but
it.
not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wet planner. To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too, because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was.
Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take your back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming,
Wow.
man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, but the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father,
put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here, get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who can.
Do you remember in the Dick Van Dyke show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
The audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Something new from Hershey's. I have You guys like Hershey's Kisses, right? I mean, pretty much.
I do.
Does.
I do. They're especially on the holidays too. You get those cookies with the big single Hershey's Kiss right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle, yeah. Hershey's has created a new flavor, and they arrived. No, I'm sorry. They arrived in 2019, and now they're back for Valentine's Day. It is the Hershey's Lava Cake.
33 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. So I'm going to share with you very quickly the story that had a dream of Kathy who was naked in my dream.
Oh,
But you said it was not erotic, though.
No, it wasn't. It was very. My dreams are very weird, and I know sometimes it's really dumb to hear people's weird dreams, but this is short. Okay, so I was in a restaurant environment of some type. Okay, and the restaurant had booths, and it was a nice restaurant, like a fancy restaurant. They were doing some sort of an art infusion with food thing, and it involved naked people. So on the booths, like in the sections in between each booth, there was a full-on naked person lying on their back, just lying there as a model, totally naked.
Okay.
There were men and women.
All right.
And I was walking by, and I noticed that one of them was Kathy, totally stark naked, completely.
Preston?
Tanned, oiled body, by the way. And I didn't overreact. It just very nonchalantly was like, oh, that's Kathy.
Yeah.
And I walk over to you and Kathy, and I go, and you're just lying there with your eyes open, looking up at the ceiling. And I just walk over and I go, something's different about you. And you turn to me and you just go, shut up. And then that was it.
End of dream.
End of dream. But you were
I
full
can't
on,
talk to you right now.
You were full on in the buff.
Wow.
In my dream. So it was funny.
Well, that probably
wonder what
goes
that
back
means.
to my naked modeling days.
Probably.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway.
How are the eggs in this place?
But your reaction was just like, shut up. Like,
That's
I'm
about
working.
right.
Shut
Yeah.
up.
Seems
That was about
right.
All right. So anyhow, that was the first time I've ever had a naked dream about Kathy.
There you go.
All right. So I had a thing that I saw in the news this morning. Did not know this was even a thing. I wanted to mention this real quick. I was talking to my sister on the phone last night.
Right.
And this is the first time we've had a chance to talk since the start of the new year. And I guess we spoke briefly on Christmas, but hadn't opened gifts and whatnot. Or no, I guess we had. But anyhow, she goes, hey, I want to thank you. Everybody keeps commenting on my Stanley Cup. And I go,
you play hockey?
I didn't know what she meant. She goes,
you're a hockey player?
I go, Stanley Cup. And I had thought, did we get her like a miniature of the Stanley Cup or something like that? Which is funny because she doesn't give a damn about hockey or anything. It didn't make any sense.
Did I get you a Stanley Cup?
And I was FaceTiming with her. She goes, no, my cup. And she holds up this big mug that we had gotten her. And she goes, everybody keeps commenting on how great it is. I'm like, really? She goes, yeah. It's like, but people are like trying to get their hands on these things. I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, yeah, apparently there's some kind of fad. And I remember when we bought this for her, we were in Target, and it was, like a month before Christmas. And my sister loves gigantic cups. Huge cups that she fills with iced tea.
Right.
And so Rochelle and I were walking through the kitchen section, and she just goes, well, she likes big cups. Why don't we get her one of these? And she just reached over and just grabbed a random large mug. And apparently this is like the thing right now.
Look,
I had no idea. Kathy's got one in front of her right now.
Yeah,
It's funny
I
you
had
should
no
mention
idea.
it because actually on the news yesterday I saw what I thought was like a line of people sort of bordering on brawling.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, this must be the it toy of the year. No, and and then they said Stanley Cup, and I too had the same reaction.
Yeah.
What is that?
So we mistakenly bought
You
some
didn't know
hot
what you
item.
were
into it. Yeah.
You didn't know
you're
what
like,
you were getting.
Well,
hey,
nobody
what's this Cabbage Patch doll?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, but
maybe she'll like that.
at the time we bought it, nobody cared.
Well, no, when
No,
did you
they
buy
did.
it?
Like a month before Christmas.
No, so this is last year. They got super popular last year. They came out a few years ago. It's like the new Yeti. It's an insulated cup.
No, it's not new. They've been around for a while.
Yeah,
I know.
why did it
But
all
what
of a
I'm
sudden? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
because the influencers.
Yeah.
That's why. So about a year ago, they came out like a couple of years ago.
Goddamn jerky beef.
But you guys remember when this happened with Yeti. So it's the new Yeti. It's an insulated cup. It'll keep it cold for a long period of time. It'll keep it warm for a long period of time. What they did different than Yeti was they made the bottom a little bit smaller so you can it'll fit in the cup holders in your car. So
and
all
that is
the moms,
the whole thing is because it'll fit in that cup holder.
Right. All the moms were carrying them. There's all kinds of videos of like husbands making fun of their wives carrying these Yeti cups out of the house, and that you can't possibly need any more water than the 40 ounces of the cup.
Yes.
But then the influencers got a hold of it, and then it blew up.
Yeah, Stanley's been around for a long, and it's funny we're talking about this now because I was having a text conversation about this last night about the power of the influencer, and that Stanley. And this is like literally the text that I got last night. It used to be the working man's thermos, right? So it's not like this just came out a couple of years ago. Stanley's been around for a long, long time. It was but you think of your classic like hard hat, and I'm gonna got my
but the thermos wasn't designed like this because I had Stanley thermoses throughout the years, and it was more cylindrical without this.
It's the same thing. They put a handle on it, and they shrunk the thing, like you were saying, to put into a cup holder. So, ultimately, like, this isn't a new fad. It's not like this brand new thing. Like, Yeti, as far as I knew, was a brand new product. Like, what's this magic, that is Yeti. Stanley's been around for a long time. Long time.
But what Steve is saying, this particular model that they've created has caught on because of its convenience of being able to stick it in
a cup holder. And it's easy to
holder.
carry. Like, that's some of the other ones didn't have the handles.
You're hopping, you're going to go out and you're going to go shopping. You put your 64 ounces of coffee in there.
Seriously.
And it's pastel-y. It looks cute.
Look at my Stanley.
Yeah.
I actually was a little annoyed when this arrived.
Everyone sounds like Mr. Roper's wife.
Because
Stanley.
This was not the color that I thought I was getting, but it's still all right.
So, Steve, was the footage that you saw from the Galentine's collection of the Stanley?
From the Galentine's collection.
So the Stanley Cup,
is it a special
the
collection?
Stanley Cup, Kathy, is now available at Target, and they have a Galentine's collection. And, Steve, they come with a pop of pink and the perfect shade of red for Galentine's, and that's why people are crazy for it.
Hang on, Justin.
Oh, my God, they're so cute.
Listen, Justin's got a comment on this. Hi, Justin. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning to see you, Justin. What's up, buddy?
So even though Stanley has been around for a while, there was a viral video a few months back where this young girl's car caught on fire. And after it was, the fire was put out through all the burning rubble, that she had a Stanley Cup, and it was indestructible. It didn't melt. There was nothing wrong with it at all.
I saw the video.
Yeah, we're looking at a still from that video, Justin, on our screens here. And so my question is, how come the plastic on top didn't melt?
Yeah.
I'm
a little suspect.
And the straw didn't melt. I'm a little reticent to believe this. But so this thing went viral, and this helped feed into the legend of the cup, is what you're saying?
Well, then after she made the video, Stanley, the company, came out with a video. They gave her a brand new car, Stanley Cup mugs, because they just went crazy with orders like immediately after it was posted. So that's why they're so big.
So the sales point is that if you're a young lady whose car sets on fire frequently,
you'll still have
this
a
is
car.
the mug for you.
Okay. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it, brother. See you, man.
At Target were because of those Galentine's Day cups. They said people were lining up at 3 a.m.
And Kathy, they were just colors?
It's just they're pink, reds. It looks like some might have. It's the logo on it. Yeah, they're just Valentine's Day colors
with a pop of pink and the perfect shade of red. Let's celebrate your gal pal by spreading the love. A description of the tumblers on Target's website.
Steve, look at that. That's cute.
It is.
Oh my God, I'm going to die.
I'm going to go to.
It reminds me of my days of nude modeling in that diner.
It was a nice restaurant. It wasn't a diner.
It was a nice restaurant.
Never model nude in a diner.
No, it'd be a nice place.
Andrea, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
So I come home from work yesterday, and my stepdaughter was like, hey, so my boyfriend got me a new cup. I was like, okay, it's a cup. She's like, no, it's one of the Target ones that were the Valentine's Day ones. He didn't even know he was waiting in line for it. Went to Target and was like, what is this big-ass line? So he's standing in line. He goes inside. He's like, oh, it's a cup. So they grabbed the cup. They are going on sale online. People are putting on eBay for over $200.
Yeah.
Come on.
So Andrea, what do they retail for normally?
I don't know. I think
they're like $45.
Like $45.
$45. He had no idea what he was waiting in line for. He's like, oh, we're just going to stand here and see what happens and see what it is. And then he goes in and goes, okay, I'm just going to grab her this cup. Because they're pink and red. Exactly. For that reason, because they're pink and red and they're Stanleys. Now they're online for over $250.
Yeah.
I'm baffled by some of this.
They're
Wow.
super
All right.
cute.
Thank you, Andrea. Stop it.
Oh my God.
Wait, so you have to see my cabinet though. Like I'm obsessed with these type of cups. Not just the Stanley. I only have one Stanley. I've got a bunch of Yetis. I've got other brands. Like Target had a brand that they were comparing to Stanley, so I have one of those.
You got a Hydro Flask?
I've got a Hydro Flask. I have the ones that Subaru gave us. I don't know why.
We get so many of them. They became the tchotchke to give away.
Yeah, a few
same
years
thing in
ago.
our cabinet. We've got like 9 or 10 Yeti-ish type things.
And the different lids that come with it. Like
Okay.
this.
So here's what I did with the lid problem. Okay, so we were like, all of a sudden I was missing lids.
Okay. Yeah.
And then mix maxing, and some of the lids suck.
Yeah,
Some of the little drink
completely
holes
suck.
They, they dribble. They don't have the proper airflow. So I found the type of lid that I like and went on Amazon and just ordered. You can order them in packs of like 10.
Yeah.
And just ordered more lids.
Lidliker.com.
That's the one.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. But I like the ones with the magnetic slide on the
Yes.
top. Yeah.
Same.
So I ordered a whole bunch of those, and now we all have matching lids.
Ooh.
Which is great.
So I will say I bought one, not the cup with the handle, but more of a water bottle one for Jace at the beginning of the school year. He was like, I am not carrying that. I was like, oh, so I don't know if it's a girl thing or what, but he was like, he wanted like the Gatorade water bottle from
I don't
Dick's.
love you anymore.
Yeah.
No, he just did, right? Is it a girl thing or?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I
But
didn't know.
Stanley, I mean, and Casey's right. For years, Stanley was like a thermos. Is
Since
Hard man.
1913.
yeah, in your lunch pail, sitting up on a girder.
By the way, I still have my Visco Girl bottle, water bottle here that I use every
That
day.
was all the
See?
rage. But see, the Visco bottle won't fit in your cup holder in your car, will it? No, too big, too thick and veiny.
No way, man.
See, you
Yep.
need a Stanley.
And I personalized mine with all kinds of rock and roll stickers on it and stuff like that.
Preston, do the sound.
How many cups does your partner carry around at any given time? Because I asked this with an intentional question. Andrea, at any given time, has 3.
In her car?
Wherever she might happen to be at the time.
3 cups?
One probably with a hot drink, one with a cold drink, and then a third for...
And then an extra.
Look at Kathy. She's got hot
Kathy's
and
got
cold
2.
right now.
Yeah, and listen, to each their own, and no judging, but I'm going to make fun of her on the radio. I think it's a little insane.
So
Interesting.
If it's 3, is it hot, cold, and lukewarm?
And Steve, it's not just at home. Say we go to a restaurant,
Yeah.
and you need just more than one beverage, of course. So there's an alcoholic beverage, and
A
then
water.
a water, and perhaps a coffee.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
at
no,
least 2 every time.
I'm with her.
Okay.
All right, well, let's see if others agree. I'm going to go to some calls here. I have Sue, a middle school teacher on the line. Hi, Sue. Good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning to see you, Sue. What's up?
So I just wanted to comment that these cups are literally the bane of my existence as a middle school teacher.
At school?
Oh my God, yes. So every preteen girl needs her Stanley Cup, and she needs it in the coolest color, and she needs all the accessories that go along with the Stanley Cup. Do you know that there's accessories
Do
now?
tell, please.
There are cool straws, and there are cute little charms that hang from
like gibbets for your
Oh
Crocs.
my God, I gotta find this.
Oh, guys, you have no idea.
So what
charms.
kind of charms, Sue?
Oh my God, I love it.
Oh, charms like, the monogrammed, nameplates, and I'm
Little
seeing
flowers,
it all now.
Steve.
Like,
Look at
and
Kathy's
now
getting
after
turned on
the
here.
holiday break,
Oh, my God.
the past few days, you got this, and I got that, and man.
Yeah, you're right. Everybody's coming
you
back to school with their charmed out Stanley Cups.
Let me tell you, Sue, Kathy is showing me the page. Is this the Amazon page,
Yes.
Kathy?
Yeah.
There are all sorts of charms that you can hang from the straw here.
I actually love this. I want us all to get Yetis, and I want us all to pick our own charms out.
Yetis or Stanley?
I mean, sorry, Stanley. Sorry, Case. Wait, what? What did you say, Sue?
I said, bling it out.
Bling it out. Yeah.
Bling it out.
Wow,
That's
man.
what I want to do.
And Sue, are you just rolling your eyes about it, or what do you think?
Oh, my God. Yes, because it's a complete distraction.
Yeah.
They come in and they're all staring at each other, and then with the straw, it's dumping all over. Somebody's, dropping it on the floor, and now I'm cleaning up water or whatever stuff they've got in there, and I'm like, okay, here we go.
By the way, Sue, I don't ever remember in school having a water bottle
On your
with
desk?
on your
Yes.
desk.
No, not when we were younger. No,
I never remember
you
that.
got 3 seconds at the water
That
fountain.
would be it.
Hot, and that was
the
it.
fact that you could have a drink on your desk. was
oh my God, it's
heresy.
the thing now. Everybody's got their water bottle. And
Yeah.
now it's
When
like,
did
where do you
that-
put the water bottle? And now teachers are like, I have to create something to put the water bottle in. So they're creating apparatuses on the back of chairs and putting stuff so that they can contain these Yetis and Stanleys so that they're not falling all over the
So
side.
Casey's right, though. Sue. Yeah, Casey's right. I mean, I remember clearly the teacher would stand next to the water fountain.
One,
and, like
two,
2, 3, next one. And that was it. It was Papillon style. Where you just, you're in the prison.
What
and you
sucks
see-
about that is thermoses existed back then, right? Like you
course
should have
they
been
did.
able to have a thermos on your desk.
Well, look at, as a teacher, Sue's saying it's a nightmare.
Whatever.
My nameplate will be here on January 12th.
Oh, you just ordered it. Oh, my God. Thank you, Sue.
It
Thank
goes
you.
on the top of the Stanley.
All right, we'll see you later.
It goes on the top of my Stanley. It's so cool.
Is it cool?
Does Andrea want one?
Wait a
Ask her if
second.
She wants one.
Well, who's going to be cooler? You have your Visco girl.
I'm by the way, Nick pulled in a text and talking about Andrea's collection of cups. TikTok calls them beverage goblins.
Yeah.
And they must have at least 3 drink cups with them at all times.
I like this one.
Yeah, this one. Here's another one. Says a cup goblin. One for fun, which is alcohol, hydration, and caffeine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes
Okay.
sense.
All right.
I mean, it doesn't, but it does. If it makes sense to you.
I don't get it.
I kind of drink like one beverage at a time.
I use the same damn cup
Yeah.
for coffee
Yeah.
and water and like throughout the day, and I'll fill this with water when I'm done. And I use a Yeti because I love the hot and the cold.
I have my original milk bottle at home with the nipple on it.
No, wait, real quick. I need my water next to the like the coffee kind of dehydrates me, so I'll need water too.
It does. It's yeah. All right. Let's go to Bridget on the phones. Hi, Bridget. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Bridget. What's up?
Yeah, so my story is a little bit more stupid than the rest, but my 20-year-old daughter on Christmas morning turns to me and she goes, I just love the Stanley Cup that my boyfriend gave me for Christmas. And I said to her, I look at her and I go, your boyfriend gave you a mug with a picture of Stan Lee on it? That's the weirdest thing. I'm like, why would he give you that?
So you've gone one level further. While everyone is assuming we're talking about the hockey trophy, you're assuming that we're talking about the creator of Marvel.
Yes, absolutely. And then my 2 teenagers look at me and like, you are such an idiot.
The Stan Lee Cup.
I love it. I love it. Thank
Actually,
you,
someone
Bridget.
should do that.
Make a picture, yes. With
Yes.
a Stanley
Yeah.
Cup with
Yeah.
a Stan Lee picture on it.
I think that's perfect. All right, thank you. Here's another one misunderstanding. I'm going to go to, or this is kind of a cool little interaction. Hey, Mike, you're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, man.
So I'm the father of 6. I'm out here in Upper Dublin. I have a couple teenagers in the school system out here, and they recently discovered that I have a Stanley thermos. And they think I'm cutting edge.
That's hilarious.
They don't understand how I'm so up on the times. And so what they didn't know, and of course I didn't tell them, is I was issued this in 1991 by the Marine Corps.
Oh, that is so hilarious.
That's 20 years old at that point, so it's literally like a 50-year-old thermos, and these guys think I'm cutting edge.
Mike, now that we know that you can get nameplates, you should get a Stanley Cup that says Semper Fi on it and give it to him. I love it. All right, thanks, buddy.
Semper Fi.
All right, see you, man.
He's right, though. And they always considered the very durable thermos or the very durable. And they also make they're the hardware as well, right?
Yeah,
Stanley.
Stanley tools. Yeah, I mean, I've had a Stanley thermos for a few years now. Again, I was cutting edge. I was talking to my friends about Birkenstocks because I've been wearing Birkenstocks since 1996. And I didn't know that they had gone out of style for a little bit, and that they had come back in.
Just a decade.
Right.
Yeah.
Just keep wearing it. It'll come back.
I just kept wearing it. Listen, A, I like the way they
How
look.
do you like my waistcoat?
But B, I like the way they feel. And so I just never stopped wearing them, and I never really cared. And then all of a sudden, they were back in style again, and I was cutting edge just like that dude.
And have you had like the same pair of Birks forever?
No. I usually
because those get worn out.
They do. And you can either like replace the cork or whatever, but I like changing the color up. So I get like a new pair every year and a half.
There is a gym accessory backpack for the Stanley Cup. You can put your AirPods and your keys in it. It's so cute, Nick.
Let me see it.
Look.
How much?
Oh, no, it's only $14, $15.
I mean, you're basically, that's like a bug out bag. That's like carrying all that crap.
All right, I got a bunch of calls. Hang on, let me go to Brian. Brian, you're on the air, bud.
Long-time caller, first-time listener.
Yes, thank you. You've done it the other way.
Yeah. What's up, man?
So my girlfriend has over 20 of these, and every time I come home for the past, 6 months, there's been a Amazon package with a new one in it. So I finally got to the point where I was tired of it. So I started throwing them out, but without her knowing it.
Oh, no.
And so we have a recycling bin in our house, and last week she was working from home. And I threw one of the cups out, and I didn't drain the liquid from it. Well, she was working from home, so she went to take out the recycling and heard the ice jingling around inside it, like 3 days later.
Yeah.
And believe me, when I've never been in so much trouble, when she found out I was throwing out these cups.
So let me ask you, Brian, how many Yetis does she feel should be the standard number to
Stanleys, not Yetis.
Did you say Stanleys or Yetis?
Let's put it this way. So we had the cabinet that she keeps them in started out with plates and cups in it, and now it's just Yetis.
Oh my God.
Okay, so she's got both Yetis and Stanleys. Okay, so it's one whole cabinet. You need that many. Would you say that she actually uses them all?
No, absolutely not.
Of course not. Of course not. I don't get that.
All right, see you, man.
It's just, but like I can't. I went through. I just got a new kitchen, right? So I cleared a lot of stuff out, threw a lot of stuff out. But I'm looking at some of them, like even the Dunkin' cups that they give us every year.
They're great.
I can't throw. I'm not throwing them out. I love them.
I know. Yeah, I've gotten too many of them.
You end up with this scenario you were describing earlier, which is these multiple lids.
Yeah.
And it's like when you get different types of. Yeah, but this is a real rock and roll conversation, but different types of Tupperware and containers. And it's like, what the F does this go to?
That's why I eventually bought all the same kind of socks,
we
stuff
did.
like that, just so I don't mix
but you know
everything
what?
up.
We did a while ago, and that has gone asunder.
So I think one of the issues is that, like, lately, we have been purchasing things that, like, just break and go out. You know what I mean? Like, so, and now you have these Stanley things and the Yetis that actually last. And you just collect them over and over and over again. Like, I always say, oh, they don't make them like they used to. Well, now they're making them like they used to.
Okay.
And now there's no need for,
you need a Birkenstock thermos.
No, I don't need any thermoses. I have my work thermos. I have my thermos that, my Yeti cup that I drink my coffee out of every morning when I leave for work. And then I have my water thingy that I have at the gym. That's all I need. I don't need anything else.
You're a simple man.
Yeah.
All right, so this is according to Forbes, and this is per a listener suggestion. The TikTok craze has led to a huge uptick in revenue for Stanley. The company's revenue has jumped from $74 million in 2019 to $750 million in
10
2023.
times?
Yeah, from $74 million in 2019 to $750 million in just 4 years.
10 times the original profit take on this item that is already in production, was already available.
And Steve, this is the Stanley Quencher line that has led to this uptick.
Quencher line.
Yeah.
All right, hang on. I'm going to go to Josh. He's been on hold for a bit. Hi, Josh. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, man. What's going on?
So, back to the accessories. Kathy, I feel like you'll like this.
Okay.
And Preston, your wife will probably like it. There's a snack bowl that you can get, and the middle is completely open, so it fits over the top of your cup, and then the handle, you can hold the handle, and the snack bowl is on top of everything.
I love snacks.
Oh my God, I love snacks too.
The snack bowl fits on top of it?
Yeah, here, I'll show you.
Yeah.
All right, Kathy's pulling
Kathy,
up the
I
photos.
sent you an email with a picture of it from Amazon.
Oh, okay, awesome.
They're $10 right now.
$10, it's a steal.
Well, at least this stuff's affordable. All right.
Oh, look at this goddamn
Thanks, Josh.
thing. This
Hey,
is
wait, I
the
wanna see
dumbest
this.
effing thing I've ever seen. I mean, for Christ's sake. It's like one of those.
Josh.
It's one of those nacho sombreros.
We got it at Five Below. It's not a Stanley one, but
Is that what it looks like?
Yeah.
It looks like a nacho
By
sombrero.
the way, the Stanley Cups and the Stanley Tools are not the same company.
Oh, they're
Yeah,
not.
like
No,
all
no.
the accessories are other people,
Nick,
other places.
Stanley Tools have been around since 1913. The Stanley Cups and the thermoses, they're much more recent.
I always thought they were connected.
Nope.
Oh, you're saying the thermos? And the,
The thermos.
No,
Stanley
the
Tools.
tools.
Stanley Tools, which is a brand of tools.
Like
And the
wrenches and
Yeah,
all that.
I
Stanley
just
bottles.
naturally assumed because you always saw workers with Stanley.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was
So they're not connected at all, Nick?
They're not.
son of a bitch. My life's been a lie.
Sorry about that. Let me see. I'm going to go to Samantha. Samantha, good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Samantha?
So I teach preschool. I teach 3 and 4 year olds, and they have their cups have like they screw on, and so when they spill, they don't make a mess.
Right.
But because they're metallic, they ting. So all day long, I hear boom, ting. And then one does it. So then they all go run into their backpack, and they're dropping these cups all over, and they're tinging. And then, so we've been talking about sound and vibration. So now, as a teacher, I'm like, all right, let's fill them all up, different sizes. So now we're tinging cups all day long.
So these kids of this age are allowed to bring thermoses and mugs and things like this to school.
So in preschool, I do because, again, when one wants a drink, they all want a drink. So I'm just like, look, you know where your cup is, go get it. Don't interrupt me. Just get up and go.
Wow, yeah. It was a lot more austere when I was in school. In fact, I remember the 2 drinks we'd get one trip, maybe 2 trips to the water fountain, and then you would get milk from the cafeteria.
The wagon.
Yeah, the wagon,
I was the same when I was in high school, but it's just, as a teacher, it's so much easier just to be like, and they don't interrupt you. They don't raise their hand. Like, I have to get a drink.
Right.
I need a drink. I'm like, just get up and go.
It was an excuse to leave the classroom.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
All right,
They also play hockey with them, too, at the lunch table.
Well, they are Stanley Cups.
They're Stanley Cups. All right, Samantha.
exactly.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hang on. There was another one I want to go to. Yeah, let me go to Kate, because this is bound to happen. Hi, Kate. Good morning.
Good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. Kate, what's up?
So I just had this discussion with my 8-year-old daughter as I was driving her to school this morning. She said, Mom, is this a real Stanley? And all during Christmas break, I just made her think it was because I really couldn't afford one like the last minute before Christmas.
Yeah.
Well, all of her little 3rd graders yesterday were like, that's not real. That's not real.
Oh, no, they're shaming her.
Oh, my
Yes.
God.
She asked me to find a Stanley sticker. So she just put it on.
Oh, man.
That just sucks.
Kate, I'm going to buy you a Stanley.
Yes, 8-year-old. So it's like it goes all the way down to the little kids.
And Kate, you couldn't afford one, or you couldn't find one?
She had asked me like December 23rd, and
There's no way you're going to find him. Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
You almost want to set up some sort of like a Phil Abundance type thing for people who don't have Stanley.
I'll tell you what. Anytime I can't find something, like if I go to the Ace Hardware in Manoa, they have everything there. So if you're ever like, oh, they don't have them at Lowe's or Home Depot or wherever or Target.
Where's your lingerie?
Yeah.
By the way, they're not really that hard to find. Like the Galentine's Day ones flew off the shelf.
Okay.
You can get these in all different colors.
Okay, hang on. Angela has a comment. Hi, Angela.
Good morning. So I have taken the tumbler a whole other level.
Okay.
During COVID, I saw something on TikTok, of course, and I was like, I can do that. And now I have more than 300 different colors of glitter. I can put your name on it. I cover it in a pocket.
Would you get a cricket machine or something?
Well, I have 3 crickets now because
Yeah.
I have so much going on, and 12 turners that turn all the time. But I can take your Yeti or your Stanley to a whole other level.
So how is business for you?
During Christmas, it's crazy. I'm up at 5 a.m. and then work until the girls get up, get them off to school, do my regular job, and then after my regular job, I'm working till midnight.
So what age group are you primarily dealing with? Is it schoolgirls?
Everyone. No, I had one time I had a whole squad of cheerleaders because they wanted the red and silver glitter. I've had businesses. I had somebody who's like, I just want, it was green.
That's
so they
crazy.
just want green with their name on it.
Angela, what kind of extra cash are you pulling in with this?
I mean, I'm not gonna say.
We're not with the IRS.
I'm not with the IRS, and we also don't know who you are, where you live, or anything like
Well,
that.
it's enough that she's getting up before her kids go to school to do the
No, my
business.
Leanne
So, for instance,
does that.
If you want a Stanley, I make you pay for the Stanley itself, and then for me to do it, I only charge like $15 or $20.
Okay,
Preston. There's people on TikTok that charge $75, $100 just for their version of a Stanley and what they do with it.
What if the Augusta green jacket becomes a thing, Preston, and now we have the Stanley Cup, right?
All these
See
iconic
little kids
sports
walking around.
awards. I love it. All right, thank you, Angela.
Absolutely. Have
a good one.
All right, we'll see you later.
There's a little cottage industry there for your Stanley thermos.
I want like my Lombardi thermos now. That'll be next.
I'm picking out a thermos for you. Not an ordinary thermos for you. But the extra best thermos you can buy with vinyl and stripes and a cup they'll write in.
I love that.
Wait a minute. So Melanie, let me go to her. Hi, Melanie. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are
Hey,
you?
great. What's up, Melanie?
So I'm always dehydrated. I don't drink water, but after hearing this, it makes me want to get a Stanley Cup.
You want to? You have fallen prey to the cult of Stanley Cup.
Yeah, I want a purple one. I'm a huge Kiss fan, and I'm going to decorate it with Paul Stanley stickers.
I love that.
Well, Preston's he's got his Visco thermos all decorated. Why not?
Yeah.
But I mean, to hear so this here, you're a perfect example of why, Nick, you said 70 million has increased to $700 million.
750.
750 for the Stanley
I want
Company.
one now.
It's
Go get one
crazy.
now,
Yeah.
Melanie.
Yeah.
I will.
All right, we'll see you later.
So, Kathy, if you're going to regular Target now, and you were not getting the Galentine's special,
You could
you'd
probably-
be able to find
Stanley Cups, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and I got mine at Dick's.
All right, hang on. Let me get a.
I'm sorry.
You can't help it.
I know.
I mean, it is
a
the name of the
problematic.
store.
It's
know.
Dick's.
Hi, Peyton. You're on the air. Good morning.
Or on Stanley's
Hey,
website.
guys.
Hey, what's up?
Was it intern Peyton?
Oh, is it our old intern Peyton? Hi.
Yeah, it's from Peyton. Hey, how are you?
Awesome. What's up?
Nothing. I just walked into school, and I wanted to tell you guys I was walking out of school yesterday with my 2 Stanley thermoses, one with personalized accessories on it, and one of my old students was outside. And she said, "Oh my God!" And I said, "Oh my gosh, hey, how are you?" And she said, "How rich are you?" Stanley. I was like, "Oh my God, yeah, I'm not. I'm a teacher." What was the gift?
So she perceived that as a sign of wealth that you
Yeah.
had 2 Stanley mugs, thermoses.
Yeah.
Why do you have 2, Peyton?
Well, one was a gift for Christmas. That's the one that came with the personalized. It says Peyton on the top of it. So now I have a coffee Stanley and a water Stanley.
Coffee and
So
water.
see, this is a bizarre thing because do you have 2 beverage? Do you ever have 2 or 3 beverages working?
No. And Peyton, have you ever heard of the term cup goblin before?
Yes.
Okay.
I call it a beverage goblin, but I definitely am. My husband is like, "Why do you have so many cups with you?" I'm like, "Well, I want options. I need other things to drink."
I'll tell you the thing that I get at home is my wife is a massive tea drinker, and I love tea as well. But I will find 3/4 cups of tea, and she's got a new mug somewhere else. So we have a ton of tea mugs, and that's about it. But she's drinking the same beverage. It's not like there's a whole buffet of beverages in front of her that she's drinking from.
But if she had a Stanley, she could
do that.
It would stay warm longer. She wouldn't need a new cup.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
All right, Peyton. Thanks. Great to hear from you.
Yep. See you guys.
See you. Bye-bye. I have a ton of coffee mugs, but I just like to change. I just like a new mug. I mean, I just like a different looking mug, but I don't keep multiple mugs at a time going on.
You know what? And this is going to rock your world, Preston. No, my wife has taken to making hot chocolate at night for me and gives it to me in a thermos, so it stays hotter longer.
Okay.
And I contend that obviously hot chocolate is one of those beverages that you want to drink always at that temperature. As it starts to get cooler,
And
it's
that's
not
why
as enjoyable.
Yeti and a Stanley are great for that.
That's why you have that 10 times the increase in their profit margin. So.
Hot chocolate doesn't last 30 seconds for me. I down
You
it.
gulp it?
Yeah. I don't, as long as it's not scalding hot. But I don't need it to stay warm for a while.
So good.
Hang on. Stephanie's been on hold for a really long time. Let me go to her. Hi, Stephanie. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's up, Steph?
So, Kathy was saying there's like a limited edition at Target and the lines were crazy. Well, there's also a Starbucks Stanley limited edition, and they get significantly less. Like Target gets like 100, Starbucks gets like 2 or 3 per store, and it's so cute, and I really want it. I'm 8 months pregnant though, and after seeing the lines for the Target one, I was like, I'm gonna die. Like, there's no.
Yeah, you're not going to risk the baby. Come
Stephanie,
on.
Stephanie, what Starbucks is always overpriced. So what are they charging for their? What are they charging for their?
They're probably like I think they're like $5 more. I don't think they're anything crazy.
Oh, all right. It's not bad. That's not bad.
Edition.
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
Stephanie, I'll keep an eye out. If I see one, I'll get it for you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. But they're super cute. They're like iridescent, and they've got like the Starbucks label.
Oh, we're looking at it right now. It is kind of it's sort of a glow in the dark color. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Metallic. All right. Good luck to you, Stephanie.
Thanks.
All right. We'll see you later.
8 months pregnant. She's wearing on it.
What was that?
This is Mrs. Roper.
Oh, Stanley. Hang on. Back that up.
I got another one here, too.
Oh, really, Stanley?
I had no idea. I had no idea. And I was talking to my sister last night, and she goes, oh, my God. She's like, people keep commenting on my Stanley Cup. And I'm like, the Stanley Cup you got me for Christmas. And I'm like, we didn't get you a little miniature of the NHL championship trophy. She's like, no, the mug that you got me. I'm like, oh, really?
It's
Why? She's like, everybody's going crazy over these things.
It's so funny you say that because there was about a couple of minutes last night where I'm like, I guess the NHL has made because I think they'd be more reverential of the Stanley Cup, but I guess.
You guys.
And we accidentally purchased the it gift.
I'm sure your wife didn't accidentally purchase it.
No, literally. We were
Really?
just walking by, and we're like, what's another thing we can get her? She's like, she likes big mugs. Why don't we just get one of these?
What color did you get
literally,
her?
it was like, I don't remember.
Oh, you
It was like
don't?
bluish maybe or
Oh,
something,
okay.
but it was cute color.
Yeah, on the shelf above, it's apple stock. I'll buy some of that.
Yeah,
I like big
It
mugs.
was like that. Had no idea.
Oh, Stanley!
There you go. That's what we need.
Here's another one.
Stanley.
Well, these things happen. They just pop up, and and now you can bedazzle and bejewel and charm.
And Kathy's got 9 charms on the way.
nameplates
Yeah.
and all that stuff, and maybe it comes with a little. I don't know.
Accessory backpack.
Accessories backpack.
That little that eating tray for the top
The
of your
snack tray.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had no idea.
Look
All right.
crazy.
Well, thank you, friends, for sharing the craziness over the Stanley Cups. We do need to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. A couple guests on the program this morning. Scott Hartnell's going to be joining us.
Different Stanley Cup when
A
talking.
different Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Ian Finance will be stopping by as well, and we're going to get to the bizarre file when we return. So hang out for a moment.
And is it made from actual molten lava?
It burns the inside of the interior of the mouth. Yes. The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
This seems very
It's a Jewish chocolate center.
Bill Weston loves
Is that a Jewish thing?
Is that a Jewish thing?
Gooey.
This has a very Jewy taste to it.
Mazel.
They're so moist and Jewy.
Mazel, mazel. Of course, I would say that.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Oh, my God.
And there goes the second.
It's a wonderful cookie with the taste of Israel.
The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
Not a Jewish thing.
Not a Jewy chocolate center. And I just said Jesus under my breath, too. Jeez.
Well, he was a Jew.
That's right. The limited edition holiday flavor is available at Target, Walmart, and other retailers.
I like this concept. Do you like the chocolate molten cake?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God,
I very much do. I bought this for my wife and I's last anniversary. Wee's anniversary. And by the way, if chocolate has a discolored look to it, does not necessarily mean that it's bad. Yeah, I did a while back that doesn't mean that.
So what does it mean?
It's bad. Somebody look it
even
up. 'Cause
Jewier.
I don't. It's.
Oh.
It's kosher.
Okay, all right, that's what it means.
Yeah.
So Preston, just a quick thing on these candy ones that have the molten. Is that a soft?
Yeah,
center.
It's a gooey,
center.
Chocolate.
I
center.
like that idea.
Yeah, I do too. Here we go. It says, when you see white or grayish film on the surface of your food, it normally means product has gone bad, but it's different with chocolate. When the cocoa butter fats in chocolate separate from the cocoa mass and rise to the surface, it results in something called fat bloom. You gonna eat your fat bloom?
Are you gonna eat that fat bloom?
Listen, if you're not gonna eat your fat bloom till I have it, it looks
Can I have
So if it's white, it's
Can I please have your fat bloom? Extra delicious.
it might not be bad, but it's called Fat Bloom. I'm going
Right.
to pass
Yeah.
on it.
Okay.
So let's just make a dessert, go cut right to the chase, and Fat Bloom.
One last thing. Marissa sent this to me. It involves booze, so thank you, Marissa. Red Lobster has added a specialty cocktail to their menu. Red Lobster is now offering a Bloody Mary, but with a twist in line with their brand. It comes topped with a lobster claw and one of their famous Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Wow.
And it does look quite yummy. So it's made from Tito's vodka, Marissa's favorite, and Bloody Mary mix that apparently is custom made by Red Lobster. The glass is then garnished with an entire lobster craw, one shrimp, an olive, a lime, a Cheddar Bay biscuit, and spicy seasoning on the rim of the glass as well. My mouth is watering.
Really? That's working it for you, huh?
Oh, man, a good Bloody Mary. Jesus.
Murray.
You and the Jewish thing.
Jeez, oh, man.
Listen, can I have a Bloody Mary and some of those Jewy candies?
Bloody Murray. We should make a Bloody Murray.
We should. Cream soda, gefilte fish, it's a Bloody Mary.
Manischewitz.
Yeah. Right? Do they make like a raspberry Manischewitz?
Manischewitz.
I've only seen blackberry.
Have with your Jewy candy.
I want to try a Bloody Murray.
A Bloody Murray. Bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
I'm coming.
Oh my!
He said he wanted a Bloody Murray.
And it comes with calamari, which looks like
calamari.
It looks like it's been from a bris.
Sure.
I'll have some calamari, a Bloody Murray.
Anyway,
we need to make that drink now, Preston.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I said let's put it out there to bartenders.
Yeah, bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
Bloody Murray, and we'll try it out. Anyhow, how about this? Gibson and Slash announced the release of the first ever Slash collection, which will multiple acoustic and electric guitars. Yeah, the collection will. Oh, Gibson, I got you, Mel Gibson.
The Mel Gibson guitar. It has all these sayings etched into the wood.
So the collection will officially premiere.
It's the Mel Gibson collection of guitars, featuring all his rants emblazoned on every guitar. The Whore edition features a Stratocaster pickup.
The collection will officially.
What the hell was that?
That's Braveheart.
Why is he doing that?
Imagine if that's the speech he delivered when he was on the horse.
Hit it again, Case. He was Nick. He was at the end of his rope with her,
okay.
And then he was just kind of like somebody would go, yeah, like that, and then he did an evil laugh. So Slash and Gibson, luthiers.
Luthiers?
Yeah, what's a luthier?
As in Lex Luthor?
Luthier. Is that a guitar maker?
I'm not familiar. I've never heard that brand.
Worked in close collaboration on the collection at Gibson's headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. The line features 4 Les Paul standard electric guitars and 2 J45 standard acoustic guitars.
It's a music store.
Oh.
Kind of like a George's.
Are you a... Sorry.
I'm trying to help, Mel.
Are you a Martin guitar guy, or what's your...
I own a Martin acoustic guitar, absolutely.
Do you play it anymore, or you're back to the drums, right?
I have neglected it because I've been focusing and practicing really, really hard at playing the drums. I've decided I want to be a really good drummer.
But when he passes by the guitar, he says,
"Oh, you're there."
Yeah, I do acknowledge the guitar's existence.
That's a Mel Gibson guitar.
Yeah. So,
"Oh, you're there."
It actually yells at you if you don't take lessons.
What?
I want to pursue drumming. But Mel Gibson guitar, I really do. I like drumming more.
You just showed me what you are.
"Oh,
it's the guitar. It'll make you a virtuoso in a weekend."
Do you think I'm a decent guitar player? Oh my God.
You have one more chance.
Wow. You thought Whiplash was bad.
Giving me one last
right?
chance.
Yeah.
Forget Whiplash.
I just want to be a drummer."
Stop beating the The Mel Gibson guitar.
Oh, God. Okay.
You have one more chance.
Gentle messages of encouragement help you along.
I'm telling you. I'm just telling you the truth.
The most candid guitar you'll ever own.
Big fucking guitar.
So let me raise this question. It was something that occurred to me yesterday as we were talking about preparation for all this. Are all the new things put in place because of COVID? Does that now effectively eliminate, for all intents and purposes, the classic snow day?
So here's what's happening. The school districts that are having the snow day, what it looks like is that they had snow days built in. So that's why they're closing. They already have these snow days, so they're going to use them. The districts that didn't build in snow days are the ones that are going to do that virtual learning in the morning and then give the kids the snow day the second half of the day. Because by law, they need to get a certain amount of school days in. And if you go...
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about!
Yeah,
You guys know?
man.
Kathy Romano with the information you can use.
Oh, my God.
Now we go to Kathy with her observations on snow days. This bitch is cranking it up to 10.
This bitch.
Oh my God. Snow! Snow and Slayer!
Snower!
Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
I have a variety of stories, and I would do the connoisseur. I have like 3 food-related things,
But there's not enough to fuel it,
but
right?
that's it.
And you don't want to be dishonest with the
No,
listeners.
I don't want to do that, and I don't want to, I don't want to just flip things all of a sudden. But I did see this, and I thought it was interesting. Cheetos has given a name to the cheesy residue left on your fingers when you eat the Cheetos. So they have a name for it now.
And it is?
Cheetle.
Cheetle?
Like Don Cheadle.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, the official term is called Cheetle.
I'd call it Chisholm. Right, Preston?
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, what's that on your face?
Chisholm. From eating cheese doodles. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
To celebrate the newly coined...
Peter North is the spokesman. Just sitting here watching TV.
In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has released...
Throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. You remember the little imprint on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
sticker on this scrapbook about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number 1 on the list.
Number 1.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, is in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact... I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books, and I had to stop and flip Go Dog Go. The birthday book.
2 Girls with a Cup.
Cup.
It was the one most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck. It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Casey had a poster and a wristband from a fish show that was important to him. And
It was a fishing tournament, right?
Yeah.
93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Minnie Melts Ice Cream, the coolest on-the-go treat. You can head to Wawa and grab a single-serve cup from the signature Minnie Melts standalone freezer and make it a Minnie Melts moment. Minnie Melts Minnie Melts ice cream, but cooler. And tomorrow morning we try a new flavor.
Yes.
Do that with the connoisseur. All right, we're going to start with this. Steve and I, as we were prepping for the show this morning, happened to glance at this video. A Nevada judge was attacked Wednesday by a defendant in a felony battery case who leaped over a defense table and then over the judge's bench, landing on top of her.
Yeah.
And sparking a bloody brawl involving court officials and attorneys. It's wild. I mean, there's lots of videos of people freaking out in court proceedings. This guy
made it all the way to the judge.
Jumped all the way over and landed on the judge.
It's a female judge.
They couldn't get him off her either.
No, they were pulling. He was swinging away. Now they showed footage of her later standing up, and she seemed to be fine, but they're still checking her. You know, I assume they've checked her now.
Yeah, she's okay. Judge Mary Kay Holthus fell back from her seat against the wall and suffered some injuries, but was not hospitalized. A courtroom marshal was also injured as he came to the judge's aid and was hospitalized for treatment of a bleeding gash on his forehead and dislocated shoulder. The defendant, Diabra Delone Redden, was wrestled to the floor behind the judge's bench by several court and jail officers and courtroom staff members, including some who were seen throwing punches. He was arrested and jailed at the Clark County Detention Center, where records show that he faces multiple new felony charges, as you imagine, including battery on a protected person, referring to the judge and the court officers.
And she'd simply denied him bail, right?
No, he was going to go to jail. I think was the case. So Redden's defense attorney, Cesar Almays, did not respond to later messages seeking comment. Redden was not in custody when he arrived at court on Wednesday. He stood next to Almays, asking the judge for leniency while describing himself as a person who never stops trying to do the right thing, no matter how hard it is.
Well, that didn't bolster his case.
He said, "I'm not a rebellious person."
Yeah.
And he later added that he doesn't think that he should be sent to prison, but he said, if it is appropriate for you, then you have to do what you have to do.
Oh, one more thing.
As the judge made it clear that she intended to put him behind bars, and the court marshal moved to handcuff him, Redden yelled expletives and charged forward amid screams from people who had been sitting with Redden in the courtroom audience. Records show that Redden, a Las Vegas resident, was evaluated and found mentally competent to stand trial before pleading guilty in November to a reduced charge of attempted battery causing substantial bodily harm. And he had previously served prison time in Nevada for a domestic battery conviction.
So sometimes you can see the line of delineation where the prepping by his defense attorney stopped being part of the approach, and the just being a straight-up lunatic kicked in.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm a good person, Your Honor. Really, I can really do the...
Yeah, totally. It's exactly what happened. Police in Kenya on Monday recovered the body of a man believed to have been attacked by a lion while he was riding a motorcycle near a national reserve in the south of the country.
Lion on a motorcycle is deadly.
No. The other guy was on he was on a motorcycle.
And the
What the hell am I looking at here?
Didn't think we could do that, did you?
Oh, my God,
Let's just
they're on
call it
motorcycles now.
A game changer.
Police were notified by community members of an abandoned motorcycle along a road near the Marir forested area near the Shimba Hills National Reserve. Officers saw lion footprints that led from the motorcycle to a thicket where they found the remains of an unknown dead man.
There ain't no way to hide those lion footprints.
The lion population was declining in Kenya just over a decade ago, primarily due to human-wildlife conflict. The government listed lions as endangered with an estimated population about 2,000 2010, and now the survey put it more at about 2,500. A robbery suspect in a police pursuit that spanned from Delaware County into the heart of Philadelphia ended with the man being arrested because he returned to the SUV to pick up his pet dog.
Aww.
I knew you guys were going to do that. Upper Darby Township Police put
How
out
you doing, buddy?
a description of a white Dodge Durango that was used in a smoke shop robbery, and 2 men and a woman believed to be involved. Tuesday night, officers pulled over a vehicle matching the one used in the robbery overnight. As officers approached, the vehicle took off at a high rate of speed. The chase entered Philadelphia before ending near 23rd and Market, right down the street from Marissa. And the people in the SUV ran off. Officers captured one about a block away. Another suspect was captured after Philly police said he returned to the stopped SUV to retrieve a dog that was left behind.
It's my dog, man.
Yeah. A woman also was arrested, but she was later released since she was cooperating with investigators, and they also recovered 2 guns during the arrest, too.
One of them belonged to the dog, apparently.
I guess so. This is messed up. An armed private security guard has been arrested after shooting an 88-year-old woman in her own Encino home after he mistook her for a burglar on New Year's Eve.
So
it was her own security guy.
Her own security guy shot her in her own home.
The specifics of the incident were not immediately released by the
a second chance.
by the Los Angeles Police Department or the guard's employer, ACS Security. Police said the woman was shot once in the torso in her home by an ACS security guard who was responding to a burglary alarm. The woman,
I bought you a Stanley mug to make it up to you.
the woman was taken to a hospital in stable condition. The security guard was arrested by police on suspicion of negligent discharge of a firearm.
That's crazy.
An attorney for the suspect said the security guard believed that he was alone at the house and the property owner was not present when he responded to the alarm. When he saw someone pointing a flashlight at him, he believed it was an armed burglar and fired at the person.
Jeez.
The guard was outside of the house, by the way, and the woman was inside.
Who's in there? Who's in the house?
When the shooting occurred, and he shot her through a window. That's crazy. After he shot her, the security guard ran to his car and called for backup. The shooting occurred in an upscale neighborhood in Encino in the San Fernando Valley. Nearly all the homes on the block are protected by large steel or wooden gates.
So before he even identified who's that house,
Saw a flashlight.
he's shooting through the window.
And shot. The house where the shooting took place is one of the few in the area that does not have a gate, by the way. All right, and there you go. That's the last story in the bizarre file for you this morning. We'll take a break. We'll come back in just a moment, so hang out for a little bit. A couple guests on the program. Tell you about them when we return.
Well, both.
Okay.
The wristband was from the tournament, and then the poster was from the concert.
Regardless, both very important to you.
No, but the reality is they were both from a concert.
All right.
So much so that he wanted to have them framed and, immortalized for at least a period of time while he's on this earth, and took it to a place that was going to frame all this for him. So you have the wristband, you have the poster. I'm sure you had a frame picked out and matted and everything the way you wanted it.
Yeah.
Goes back to the shop to retrieve it, and they've lost the wristband.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So the
right?
poster is done, and you wanted the wristband in the same display.
It was like a ribbon across the bottom corner of the poster.
And you'd set it up that way.
Yeah.
What was their explanation?
There is no explanation. Inside, I'm fuming. I have been to 60-plus Fish concerts. I have never purchased a poster, went and had it framed, or So this.
So you want to climb over the counter and kill them?
So and the wristband I had really carefully taken off of my wrist, so there were no because it was like a cloth wristband, right?
Carefully preserved.
Carefully preserved. This was. I was going to give it as a gift to a friend.
Oh, no.
And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I think I want this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So now I'm fuming. So I had gone from this place.
Right.
I didn't blow up, but I had gone to this place, and I went to a drive-through, a quarter of a mile down the road. And I got my money back, and I'm pulling out, and I noticed that one of the quarters is a Canadian quarter. I stopped my car. I put it in park. I I went into the store. Now, I didn't raise a stink.
25 cents.
For 25 cents, I go, you guys gave me a Canadian quarter here. And they're like, oh, okay.
Let me ask you something. What country are we in? Do we have provinces like, I don't know, Ottawa? What is this?
Yeah.
Is this legal tender?
I in my life have never returned a foreign coin before. I've never even considered that.
What did I order? Poutine?
Wow.
What did I come in here on a moose? What am I, a Mountie? Where the hell are we?
Does it say Tim Hortons outside
Come
of this
on, for
establishment?
Christ's sake! What am I, Trudeau?
Did I drive here 35 kilometers per hour?
Jesus Christ!
I didn't make a big stink about it, but I go, hey, this is a Canadian quarter.
I couldn't help but notice that there was a ridged potato chip in my bag of regular potato chips.
Oh my God!
Parlez-vous English?
I would be raging. You're better than me. I would be raging out of control at those people. And
why not give me the right change? Eh? Eh?
We talked about Cameo before.
Yes.
And, you can do birthday wishes and hellos and stuff like that.
Hi,
But
this is Liam. I understand, Jimmy, that it's your 8th birthday. I want you to know it's a hard world out there.
Well, apparently now the trend is to get the celebrity to break up your relationship for you.
Wow.
And some people have been doing a lot of them. Sugar Ray singer Mark McGrath has been a popular choice for Cameo users looking to pass their breakup responsibilities on to him.
Well, he had one that had been requested and it went viral and a lot of people were talking about it. So I guess he immediately earned that status.
Yep. By the way, he's got a lot of work done on his face.
Has he?
A lot
He was
of
a
work.
good-looking guy.
Very good-looking guy, which is probably why he's had a lot of work.
See,
Yeah.
with me, it's like, who cares?
So he had said, I've been doing these for fun. I wouldn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But even Matthew Perry says that he'll deliver any kind of messages, and he has done breakup videos as well. So,
that's kind of sad though. Like, then what if the person likes that celebrity and now they've just ruined their life?
Well, maybe it might be a little bit of a buffer if someone you like is telling you and giving you encouragement.
But how much depend on what type of breakup?
How bad of a breakup can it be
if you're hiring a celebrity?
That you're hiring a celebrity to do it? I mean,
I don't think it's something Nicole Brown Simpson would have done. So I think if it's more volatile, no. But I think if it's hey, we know this is over, you could have fun with this.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't think a divorce would be the right thing.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, honey.
Kids and everything. And
maybe I would say a year and under. You've been dating for a year or under.
Okay.
Anything over, you can't hire a celebrity.
Yep. So that's been the latest, and a lot of people are up for it.
You guys ever do a Cameo?
Steve has.
Hire one?
Yep. I did with Kevin Sorbo because my wife loves the show Hercules and always had a crush on him. And he did it, and he did a great job, but he talked for a while.
I did one. It wasn't a cameo. It was the musical one that I did for my brother.
This is Ian McCarran. Kathy Raimondo wants to let you know she wishes you'd stop parking in her spot.
It's my spot! I love that it's my spot now.
She's very upset with you. Wishes you'd have a little more consideration.
What did you did a musical one?
Yeah, so there's a backup singer / trumpet player for Trey's band, Jennifer Harsberg. And so she ended up singing a song for my brother, but I wanted to do one for my daughter for her birthday, but you go through and it's like, all right, well, this person's too expensive, and then this person is not as expensive, but do they, are they as important? Like, I don't know how much a Mark McGrath would cost.
Yeah, you can probably get 4 Mark McGraths for a Pat Sajak.
We should do our own cameos. How much would we be worth?
So,
$1,000.
So you can have longer. By the way, so
really?
So for example, Mark McGrath is $90 right now. I think it says. So, but if you do extend it, you can ask for. I just asked for the bare bones minimum.
Yeah.
I mean, because my wife is always crushed on Sorbo, so I said, and I told him that in the little description, and he couldn't have been better, and talked for a while,
There's a couple my best friend. I want to send one. His birthday's coming up in a couple of months, but I can't think because like the movie lines that we throw at each other, are really offbeat, obscure people who didn't even really have a career.
No, yeah.
And so I'm like, I can't find anyone.
I doubt Tom Cruise is doing them.
That would make sense. So
Hi, this is Tom Cruise. You can't handle the truth, but apparently you can handle a lot. Billy says thanks for last night.
Todd Glass is here.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cry.
Feel good.
Wow, it's exciting every time.
We'll be at Helium Comedy Club.
It is incredibly exciting.
Tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. I'm not done speaking yet.
Sorry. I'm a different person than I used to be.
Are you?
Really?
Is it because of this treatment that you've had done?
I'm just, I listen more, and I'm not as no. I feel crazy right now.
Wow.
Yeah. But I'm happy to be here.
You told me in the green room that you're now a full Hasidic rabbi.
And he knew because of the things on the
yeah,
sides.
and I didn't want to. I should have let you announce.
That's my improv skills.
All right, well, let's
things on the side.
Let's bring everybody in on this on what we're talking about. So Todd requested that we have a certain treatment done. Casey, did he contact you about it?
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe this is all the rage in Los Angeles these days, but
here.
Yeah, and here. Well, we talked about it here on our show where I think we initially heard of it as a like on-site hangover treatment.
Yes.
Where if you put one on the night before, you weren't feeling all that great, that there's a service that will come to your office or residence or whatever, and they'll administer an IV and that is filled with saline,
gummy bears,
B12, and stuff like that.
We remember our calendar shoot when we had that little snafu when they showed up. The bachelor party that had all of the equipment. It was like the leftovers of this treatment that they had done.
But so many people are doing it now, and apparently it's effective.
Well, I'm out of the loop. I'm out of the loop because I'm not familiar. I've heard of the hangover thing, but I didn't know that this is all the rage, as you were saying.
That's what I hear.
There's facilities specifically for this now.
Okay. Well, the facility that we have here is called City Hydration. And Christy is here from City Hydration. Hi, Christy.
Hi, how are
nice
you?
to see you. I'm wonderful. But what were you going to say, Todd?
No, I was going to say something. I bet that she could probably explain it better than me. So then I was like, well, probably you were right to go her way. But now that I have your attention,
yes.
I real quick, I have friends that have done it over the years. And even 15 years ago, I would hear about it. But it was just to me someone did on the set or that had money. I always thought. And
it was for the wealthy.
It was only for the wealthy.
Only for the wealthy, the 1%ers.
And so it's not a new thing. It's just new that you're able to do it. But my friend said at first you do it like maybe you're under the weather, but then you realize how good you feel. You're like, you know what? I just want to feel real good for my wedding or for something you're doing one day that you just want to feel great. You're going to a concert at night. So like in the day, you're just at your best.
Yeah, Todd, I saw a special on it. It was a local. It might have been you, City Hydration Services. And they were talking about it's now become a ritual for a lot of people because I just normally associate it with a hangover thing, okay? But there are apparently just wellness aspects to it. So, what's in your bag, Todd? What do you? Because you're getting one now.
Mine
93.3 WMMR.
Hi, thanks, Kat. So I was reading this article about the fact that as of this past Monday, thousands of copyrighted works from 1928 have entered the U.S. public domain, along with sound recordings from 1923. And what that means is once it enters public domain, it's free for all to copy, share, build upon, all that stuff. So a handful of things, like we were talking off air, Steamboat Willie is one of them. So now you can have at Mickey Mouse, essentially.
And because of that, a horror movie is coming out with Steamboat Willie Mickey Mouse as the villain.
Right. And there's been a couple they've already done with Winnie the Pooh and a few other things that have entered into public domain. So you're going to see more of this stuff. But some of the other highlights include Lady Chatterley's Lover by D.H. Lawrence.
Do you remember that Skinamax movie that was Lady Chatterley's Lover?
No.
It was one of those in the earliest days of.
I know the title, but I never saw it. Was it good?
No, it was They would have called it hard R at the time, but
Yeah.
it was not. It wouldn't pass for PG-13 today.
The Three Penny Opera is now available. And I didn't recognize a lot of the films. There's a Buster Keaton film, The Cameraman.
Yeah.
But I did recognize quite a few songs that are going to be entering into the public domain.
A lot of people don't know that even sometimes the very simplest songs like Happy Birthday or other songs, they lapse in and out of their public domainishness.
Correct. So a few of these songs I do know. This one, well, Animal Crackers, which was the Marx Brothers. I guess there's a song that came along with that.
Well, there's the Animal Crackers in my soup. Is that the Shirley Temple song?
Maybe.
Yeah. And
Maybe.
there's the movie Animal Crackers.
I remember the Shirley Temple song, but yeah, I don't know if that's the title of it or not.
I think that is the title of the song because my father used to do a profane riff on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Mac the Knife.
Oh, that shark bite has such
Pretty teeth
Yeah. I guess that's got to be
And
one of
it
those songs
shows them.
that's been covered by a million people over the years. I didn't know that was that old.
I didn't either. So
I think I thought of it as a Sinatra song or
With a shark
who's this?
Bobby Darin?
Darin.
Bobby Darin.
Yeah.
such teeth, and it shows them
Is this not from a
Pearly Whites from Three Penny Opera.
Three Penny Opera? Yeah.
Yeah.
just a jackknife has old.
And by the way, you know the lyrics to this are about a gangster who kills people.
Right, right.
Talks about scarlet billows. You didn't know that, Nick?
Nope.
Oh,
Learning that
yeah.
now.
Mac the Knife is about a killer.
Is Mac his name and the knife is
Mac the Poop Knife was the
You know what?
original title.
I don't know by the story in Three Penny Opera, but
Some of those, like Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street, some brutal stuff behind a lot of these.
I remember when McDonald's absconded that song and used it for Mac Tonight in an ad campaign.
Mac Tonight.
that character was like a crescent moon.
Crescent
Yeah,
moon,
yeah.
They were launching like a McDonald's at night menu, and
God, I want some fries.
that was some effective advertising because it's still in my brain.
So seeing that, they would have had to have paid a pretty penny for.
yes.
Right.
And now with the public domain, you can use it, right?
So the question I have about the legality of all this, so if something goes into public domain, can you then again? Yes, you would have to because, or maybe not. So years ago, when they created, George Romero did the first Night of the Living Dead, Preston, the movie, they didn't file it correctly, and fairly soon after the original release of the original Night of the Living Dead, it went into public domain. So every video company was releasing copies of the original George Romero Night of the Living Dead. So the co-writer of the movie, and Tom Savini did a remake that I appear in. I'm one of the flesh-eating zombies. I've said this on air before. That was to sort of fight that public domain nature of the original one so they get some money from it.
All right.
But I was wondering, could they have gone and re-secured the rights to it?
Yeah,
Do you know what I'm saying? Can you reactivate?
It's a good question.
Or once it's in public domain, that's
that is
it.
there for good?
Yeah.
It's a good question. I'm not really sure, but Mac the Knife now available if you want to use it.
Mac Tonight.
Out of sight.
Let's see another. I had Marissa grab a couple of these clips. Let's do it. Let's fall in love.
Oh, birds do it. Bees do it. Even please do it.
Something like that.
They do it.
Birds do it. Bees do it.
Yeah.
Even educated fleas do it. Let's do it. Let's fall in love.
Cole Porter wrote that.
Yes.
One of the all-time great songwriters.
I love him.
Did you ever see the movie about him with Kevin
Dubrow?
Nope, not Quiet Riot's lead singer.
Spacey?
No. Give me just a second here. I will let you know. Oh my God, Fish Called Wanda. Kevin
Kline.
Kevin Kline.
Yeah.
Starring him. It's really good.
I have not seen it. No.
And Cole Porter was a horn dog.
Absolutely.
He was gay and had to live a sheltered,
Right.
closeted lifestyle. But he was obviously wealthy and famous, and he
Had resource.
Had plenty of resources.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was thinking of a Kevin Spacey biopic, and he did one about the guy that sang Under the Sea.
Bobby.
Oh, Sebastian the Crab.
Oh, the crab.
That's what I was thinking too. Under the Sea.
Who lives in
no.
From
Little
over. Mermaid?
Nope. You do your show. I'll do
Is it Kevin DuBrow?
No. I want to help, but I don't want to start throwing things at you because I just felt how frustrating that is.
I just want to be left alone.
just leave me alone.
I'm going to get it.
While you're looking that up, I'll mention a couple other things that have been filtered into the public domain now. Steve, the song Sonny Boy. Which was Al Jolson sang that from the film. Sonny Boy, how I love you, Sonny Boy.
Beyond the Sea, not Under the Sea.
The Odyssey.
No, Beyond the Sea.
Beyond the Sea.
Yes.
Bobby.
Was that Bobby
Darin? Which brings it back to Bobby Darin. Yes. Okay.
Beyond the Sea.
There was a connection in my brain somewhere, and Kevin Spacey played Bobby
SpongeBob
Darin.
waits for
Not
me.
in SpongeBob and not in Sebastian. Beyond the Sea was the name of that movie.
When you get into one of those guessing flurries, it can be so frustrating.
And it's also contagious, I think.
It is. It is absolutely contagious. I'll tell you this case. I try to sometimes, rather than default, just to keep my own mental acuity, rather than default to a Google search quickly, I will actually sit with something.
Oh, me too.
And try to reason through getting that name.
Oh, I know.
Because I don't want to become so lax in just relying on machinery to provide it for me. And when you're lost in one of those loops, it's nightmarish.
I did it just the other day, and I can't remember what it was.
But something that you knew you could look up immediately?
Oh, sure.
Right.
But I knew the name. I knew the name of the person, and I'm like, damn it,
I'll get to it.
I am figuring this out. And I eventually got it.
So we started with Mac the Knife, and that led to Bobby Darin, which led to Kevin Spacey, but also led to Kevin Kline.
Right.
And there we are.
Yeah. And then Bobby Darin knows SpongeBob.
And Sonny Boy, how I love you, Sonny Boy. Also entering the public domain is When You're Smiling.
When you're smiling.
Wait, you're singing
Mac the Knife.
You're singing Mac the Knife.
No? Oh.
When you're smiling, when you're smiling.
Always a nice song.
The whole world smiles with you. When you're laughing, when you're
Who's singing this in the version? Do we know?
The sun
Don't know.
Is it Andy Williams?
Kevin DuBrow?
shining through.
Dude, you know what was kind of cool about music of this time? So, like on New Year's Eve, I said we had our neighbors over. We had a party, and we did karaoke. And we were just pulling up songs off YouTube, and all you had to do was just think what everyone was singing, and you sang it.
Yeah.
And our next door neighbor, Gabe, he's a teenager. He got up and he did "My Way" by Frank Sinatra.
No way!
It's a beautiful song.
He knew every word. He knew the melodies, and he sang it great. And I was like, dude, I enjoyed so much seeing a young kid singing stuff that's way out of my time, way before my
by
time.
decades.
It was so cool.
I love that. That's a Paul Anka song, is it not? "My Way"?
I don't
Paul
know who
Anka
wrote
wrote
it.
that,
Possibly, yeah. But it's a great tune. It was cool hearing a kid essentially sing it. So, what are we looking at here, Nick?
I think Kevin Kline is connected to Beyond the Sea as well.
That's cool.
He sings the French version of Beyond the Sea at the end of the movie French Kiss. Anyway.
Okay. All right.
Anyway.
Another tie-in.
6 Degrees of Kevin Kline.
What was but Steve asked, who was singing that last version of was that Sinatra?
Oh, Marissa.
I don't think so. Was it?
That was Frank?
Yeah.
I think so.
That does not sound like Frank. Oh, that sounds like Frank.
So stop that crying.
By the way, I tackled a couple of Frank songs.
Did you? What did you take on?
I sang Luck Be a Lady.
Luck Be a Lady Tonight.
Which is one of my absolute favorite Frank Sinatra songs. And I sang... oh man, what was the other? I can't think of it with the music playing here. I sang "Been a puppet, a pirate, a poet, a pawn, and a king. I've been up and down and over and everything." Oh, That's Life.
That's Life.
Had a blast singing that song. Did not know that there's some Frank in my range. It's hard to find songs that are in my range. I have a lower range, and Frank's right in my zone.
Frank is amazing because a lot of times you think, I could sing that. And then he whips out something vocally that just blows you away. Yeah.
His tone is incredible.
Yeah.
It used to be a tradition after Cardboard Classic. We would go to that bar, Shenanigans, and Pierre would sing karaoke, and he would do Frank. And it would take Pierre 2 or 3 martinis, but he would do it every year. And he could do a pretty good job.
Pretty good job, yeah.
I would love to hear Pierre sing
It was fun.
karaoke.
It was really fun.
I never made it there. Never made it to that.
To
event.
Shenanigans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Montage is better.
Here's another one.
Way better.
Empty Bed Blues. I don't know that song.
I've got those empty bed blues.
Yeah, okay. That sounds about right. Anytime a song comes up we don't know, play the 1940s music,
All
Casey, if you would, or 1920s. Either one, it'll work. So probably 20s.
I've got those empty bed blues since you left me. Oh, my sweetie, whatever will I do?
Yes!
That's great.
You nailed it.
I've been here stroking all night. Oh, my sweetie, it doesn't seem right.
I've got those
empty bed blues.
All right. This one we have, I Want to Be Loved by You.
Oh, Betty
I
Boop.
just wanna be loved by you.
I just want to be loved by you. No, it's Marilyn Monroe saying that in. Was it in Something Like It Hot?
Gentlemen prefer blondes?
Was it?
No, it's Something Like It Hot.
It was Something Like It Hot, yeah.
19 know that. I had to look it up. But yeah, the Billy Wilder classic, 1959.
It's one of my favorite.
She's saying Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend.
Right, she sang a couple songs in
Men for
those.
Blonde.
Yeah.
What's that?
She sang a couple songs in those, but I don't remember the Something Like It Hot scene.
Yeah.
But it says right there it's from the musical Good Boy.
That's the original, yeah.
But yeah, so they're in a band in Some Like It Hot, and they're
Was it a
performing
black
all
and
these
white
different
movie?
songs.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
a great
one of
movie.
it is listed in the top 5 greatest comedies of all time. It's hilarious.
Not only I Want to Be Loved by You in the public domain, but also Making Whoopi.
Making Whoopi.
Yeah, here we go.
Every time that march from Lohengrin, I am always on the outside looking in. Maybe that is why I see the funny
know this part.
side when I see a fallen brother take a bride.
I don't know.
Weddings make a lot of people sad. But
I remember the
if
line,
you're
"Don't forget,
not
folks, that's what you get, folks, for making Whoopi."
so bad.
But don't
Another
forget,
bride,
Another
sunny honeymoon, another season, another reason
for making Whoopi. Whoopi, yeah.
You take them to school. You take them home. You put them in a pit in your basement.
It's really killing that he's so willing.
It's funny how
Make
this.
Whoopi.
Stop and think when this came out. This
Yeah.
would have been on a par with,
WAP.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What am I? Oh, dear Lord, what am I hearing?
Yeah.
That is a profanity that we cannot stand. The full notion of making whoopee is disgusting.
But you're right. You think about these suggestive songs back in the day. It would have been
Why,
like
you're a common harlot.
it would have been on par with some of the more risque songs that come out, in this day and age.
Put your beaver back into your flapper dress and leave.
So some other songs entering into the public domain. You're My Necessity. You're the Cream in My Coffee.
You're my density.
From Back to the Future?
Yeah.
So I don't remember that one.
You're the cream in my coffee.
Oh, here, Case, give us some music.
Da-da-da. Everybody, hold up your Stanley mugs. You're the cream in my coffee. I can't say that. You're that stuff on my back.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right.
You know snippets of so many of these songs,
Yeah.
but you don't know the full lyrical. You don't know that that's a song about being taken from behind.
Here's another one. I Can't Give You Anything But Love, Baby.
Yeah.
Don't know that one. Ramona.
Ramona.
A song by Wolf Gilbert and music by Mabel Wayne.
What was the song before you mentioned?
I Can't Give You Anything But Love, Baby. Lyrics by Dorothy Fields and music by James Francis.
Huh. It does sound familiar.
There's a Rainbow Round My Shoulder.
Yeah.
That's an Al Jolson song. It's from The Singing Fool, which is the same movie that brought us Sonny Boy. Sonny Boy.
The Singing Fool.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was the sequel to The Raging Lunatic.
Buku Jack. Is it, or no, maybe it Boku Jack, I guess. B-E-A-U.
Yeah.
K-O-O-J-A-C.
Not familiar at all. Boku Jack.
Yeah. Walter Melrose did the music, and Alex Hill and Louis Armstrong.
There we go.
So there's one of the greatest of all time. Then you have Pickpocket Blues. That's a Bessie Smith. I know who Bessie Smith is. I'm not familiar with that song.
No, not at all.
The Charleston.
Oh, I know that one.
Recorded by James P. Johnson. And of course, that was a classic, dance song from the 1920s. And it was a dance.
There are no lyrics to this, are there?
I don't know. I just know that we have the instrumental version of this.
Charleston, everybody, Charleston.
No, it's because Bugs Bunny sings it. He goes, Charleston.
Does he?
Good dance, good dance. Yeah.
Nick, can you look
might
up the
be
song
right.
Charleston and see if it has lyrics? Maybe that can clear things up there.
Either there are lyrics or Bugs Bunny just
made
made
him up.
it. Yeah.
That's love him to death.
Quite possibly that. It was recorded by James P. Johnson.
Wow, there was a Chubby Checker version of it too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Come on, baby.
Let's do the Charleston.
that's how it goes.
Sounded like some of his other music.
Sounds that rings a bell.
You need a little bit more variety in your catalog.
And then I just saw one more on this list, and we do have a copy of this, but it's Yes, We Have No Banana.
No, we have no Yes, there's bananas.
What's that?
We don't have it?
No, we don't have Yes, we have no bananas. Not yet, at
Didn't find
least.
that, Maris? Yes, We Have No Bananas?
Do we not have Yes, we now have bananas?
No, we don't have Yes, we have no bananas.
But yes, we do have the lyrics to the Charleston.
Oh. All right.
So Casey, you were right. It's a Charleston, made in Carolina, and then it goes from there.
Nothing's gonna be finer.
Some dance, some prance. I'll say there's nothing finer than.
Take off your pants.
Start it, Case. I'll sing along to it.
All right.
I'll give you this. I'll just do the chorus.
Live from the Yaha Road, high atop the WMR building.
Charleston, made in Carolina. Some dance, some prance. I'll say there's nothing finer than the Charleston. How you can shuffle. Every step you do leads to something new. Oh man, I'm telling you, it's a lapazoo.
All right.
Lapazoo, yeah.
The hell's a lapazoo?
That's our version of felching. How about the old lapazoo, buddy? Yeah, that's how you do it. Like a suckerfish.
The old lapazoo.
The old lapazoo, back in the rumble seat, give my girlie the old lapazoo.
While Marissa's looking up the banana song, do you remember I Have a Lovely Bunch of Coconuts?
I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Here they are standing in a row.
Is that how it goes?
I believe so.
I only know the title. I never knew how the song actually
You know what you
goes.
do sometimes, though, and I do it a lot? I will hybridize two songs.
Yeah.
And
That's
I'll
easy.
make some dumb song that doesn't exist.
It's easy to do.
Yeah.
Here, we got the bananas.
All right, here's yes, we have a lovely. Or no,
No, we have yes bananas.
We have a lovely bunch of bananas.
We have coconuts.
Yeah, we got coconuts
Sorry,
too.
got no bananas.
We got no bananas, but we sure got coconuts.
All right, here we go.
Everybody who likes bananas on the left side and coconut people on the right side.
Here we go.
We have no bananas. We have no bananas today. Got string beans and onions and big juicy lemons and all kinds of fruit and say.
Listen, jerk off, I asked about bananas.
And tomato, a Long Island potato.
A Long Island potato.
We have no bananas.
I wonder if this is Eddie Cantor singing this particular.
Sounds a bit like him.
I thought it
He's
sounded
listed
like,
on one of the people that recorded it.
I thought it sounded like Mel Brooks initially.
A little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Also, I didn't know this until now, but A Lovely Bunch of Coconuts is by Merv Griffin.
What? Merv Griffin wrote Lovely Bunch of Coconuts? Can you get the lyrics? Because I believe it is Here They Are Standing in a Row.
We got it.
They. Oh, here, Marissa's got it.
Down at an English fair, one evening I was there, when I heard a showman shouting underneath the flare, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts.
What do I know this from?
Is it from Mary Poppins?
No.
Big ones, small ones,
Some as big as your head.
Give him a twist, a flick of the wrist. That's what the
Is it the
sheriff
Oscar
said.
Mayer? No, there was an ad campaign that riffed on "I've Got a Lovely Bunch of Coconuts," and that's why you might be familiar with the melody.
No. I know.
I know. Wait.
I've got.
Does it go any further than that or no?
That's what it is. It's the Lion King.
The Lion King?
Yes.
I knew
They do
it
this
too.
song in the Lion King?
Yeah, because he's singing
After
the
Scar
song.
takes over.
Yeah, and then he's singing that, and then it's a small world after all.
Not that one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Scar needs some
Scar
entertainment.
does that?
Scar needs
No.
entertainment, and Zazu's in the ribcage, and he's got to sing along. This is the animated version from '93.
Is it
The superior version.
Is it just a little clip of the song?
Yeah,
Okay, they don't do the full production number?
Right, and so Zazu is in charge of entertainment because Scar is bored after having taken over the Pride.
Okay.
And Pride Rock.
Got it.
Got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Every ball you throw will make me rich. There stands me wife, the idol of me life, singing roly bowl a ball, a penny a pitch.
I just got hit in the head with a piece of wood. That's why I'm prattling on like an idiot.
Wow.
They kill me.
Do you want to hear the Lion King version?
Yes.
Yeah.
Here we go.
No, anything but that.
I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. There they are, standing in a row. Big ones, small ones, some as big as your head. No, I would never have had to do this for Mufasa.
Jeremy Irons was Scar, right?
Yeah, he was great.
Who was, you know what? I don't know the
I
Lion
forget
King.
who Zazu was, but he was
terrible.
Zazu was John Oliver in the live-action version.
No? Okay.
Which, by the way, is actually pretty impressive. Since
The live action is?
Well, the whole movie was shot CGI in a studio. I don't think there's maybe one shot that's like of a sunrise that's actually outside.
Oh.
Yeah, the movie had no soul.
That's what it lacked.
Yeah.
So what you got in impressive technology, you didn't get what you got in the original animated version.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick, tell him.
Rowan Atkinson was Zazu in the animated version.
Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean. All
Yeah.
right, let's back that up and hear it with that in frame of mind.
No, anything but that.
I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. There they are, standing in a row. Big ones, small ones, some as big as your head. No, I would never have had to do this for Mufasa.
I love Rowan Atkinson.
Yeah,
Me too.
he's great.
He's wonderful. Nice. All right. Well, anyhow, should you need to use any of these pieces of music or other films and so on that came out in the time frame, then they're available for public domain now.
I think hardly a day goes by where you couldn't use the "I've Got a Lovely Bunch of Coconuts"
At some
song.
point, right? Yeah. All right. Anyhow, it's fun to share. All right. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Is our first guest arriving shortly?
Let me check my text messages to see if he's texting me. While I do that, can I play something real quick?
Oh, sure. You wanna do
Somebody
it
left
before
me
we
a
break?
voicemail the other day, and I promised this person that I would play the
I'm
whole
gonna
thing
guess
for him.
who.
Oh, yeah. All right. Here we go.
Hi, everybody. This is Todd Glass. I wanted to say to Preston and Steve, Casey, Kathy, Nick, Marissa, and everyone behind the scenes that doesn't get their name mentioned, and everybody out there in Preston and Steve land, happy holidays, everybody. A great big kiss from me to you. I won't be home for the holidays, but I will be back February 21st through the 24th. I'll be being presented by Next in Line Comedy. Where, you ask? High atop Bourbon and Branch in Northern Liberties. This is going to be ridiculously intimate, set up like a dark, little, sexy jazz club. The room only holds 70 people, so I'll be doing 10 shows with the great Chip Chantry. Most of all, I'll get to be back in studio with Preston and Steve. And remember, everybody, my mom is still dead.
That's his sign-off.
Dude, he made me laugh so hard. I was talking to him on the phone because he was talking about his mother passing away. And by the way, he is very, very grateful for everybody in this area when she was sick.
Yes.
But he said, I want to quote this properly, but he says, yeah, hey, how is it, with your mom passing away? He goes, it's not that bad. He's like, my friend was telling me the other day. He's like, his mom died last year, and he loves it.
It sounds like Todd.
Yeah.
I'm going to play this last part again. Hang on.
The great Chip Chantry. Most of all, I'll get to be back in studio with Preston and Steve. And remember, everybody, My mom is still dead.
Remember, everybody.
And then, so I had to play that because he was asking if I had played it yet or not. I'm like, no, I totally forgot. I said, I'll do it tomorrow. And then he says, he's like, because I want to redo it. He's like, I can do it better.
So is that the redo or is that the original?
No, I think there might be another one coming.
right.
But that one.
I hope so.
Well, he's
Wow.
interested in what he has.
All right. Well, we are going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Ian Finance is scheduled to be here. He's going to be performing at Punchline tonight and then through the weekend. Scotty Hartnell's going to be checking in, too. So we've got a few things to do when we get back. Hang out. He's hooked up to an IV right now.
Right now, he has an IV needle into his
And
arm.
by the way, my palms are sweating.
Yeah, Kathy hates needles.
Looking at that IV in your arm.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Like,
Kathy will
just
not be
got-
using the service.
Some people, yeah, it's same with some people. It doesn't really like for me. It was just like it sounds like this is like I'm not doing an ad for it,
Yeah.
but it was like a pinch, same, and then now I'm not even thinking.
Well,
about
you're a regular intravenous drug user. So
Well, I am.
like nothing.
In all
for you.
fairness, mine does have mashed potatoes in it.
Wow.
So, wow. Just because I felt she said I look low on gravy, and I said, well, then
Let's top that off.
Give me 2 bags of gravy.
I would say this.
Funny, John. Look how my friend John.
You have
is
a
laughing.
friend here, I guess. So what is he the like? This is a double blind experiment. If he passes away, you know you're good.
I started his intravenous about 20 minutes before mine. If he drops dead, I pull mine out early.
No, this has been vetted quite a lot. People are using this quite often.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I'm sorry, your name is Christy. Is that
Christy,
yeah.
yes.
So how's business been? Is it booming?
It is booming. We've been around for about 2 years now, and it was slow going in the beginning because it's really not well known on the East Coast. I first saw this business in California. Then I moved to Colorado. They were everywhere in Colorado. And when I realized there wasn't anything like this in Philadelphia, I decided to move home and give it a shot with opening one up.
Now, are your customers primarily well-known comedians looking for free stuff?
Our customers are everything. I mean, you have the tired mom, you have the professional athletes, you have cold and flu patients. I mean, we're kind of all across the board with the clients we see.
That's what I was going to ask about. Cold, like if you're sick, if you have the flu, you need your fluids replenished. People come to you just if they're not feeling so hot. They'll come in for that.
Yeah. So our cold and flu infusion has been incredibly popular this year. It seems to be hitting everybody and pretty hard at that. So we see people come in when symptoms are starting. We'll have people come in because their wife and their kids are sick. We'll have people come in when it's just been dragging on and they can't really get over the hump of the cold. We tell everyone our cold and flu infusion, it's all antioxidants. It is not a cure for the flu. It's not a cure for a cold. It's just going to help your body boost your immunity and help you get over it a lot faster.
So you recover quicker?
Exactly.
Okay.
A common question coming up, text messages, how much does it cost?
Yes. So it really, I mean, most of our infusions are customized by our clients depending on how they're feeling and what they're needing. It starts at $75 for a plain bag with nothing mixed in, and we've seen them go as expensive as $300 plus with the additives they choose.
So okay, but if you book it through us, free.
Yeah.
Now, is it so the one with nothing in it? No, not nothing in it. It's not a novelty bag. But what
What's the $75 bag?
What is the basic
so the
fluid?
$75 bag is just plain saline. And a lot of people think like the vitamins and stuff are beneficial when really the hydration aspect of it is where you feel the best.
So Todd, you had surgery, you had with the heart issue. I had my deal.
I play younger.
But
well, is that an issue?
I don't want you to lose your job on Riverdale. But the saline thing is always what they give you, and it kind of it gets you back
Yeah,
up and
it
running.
really makes you feel like you're revived.
Yeah. All right, how is this different than just drinking a lot of liquids or electrolytes?
I mean, so that's a great question. So absorption via the GI tract is variable, and it's susceptible to first pass metabolism, which is really just a fancy way of saying that a portion of what's taken in by mouth is filtered through the gut and the liver, and it's not really hitting your bloodstream.
You're going right in.
Yeah, exactly.
All
So
right.
this is 100% absorption. It bypasses your GI tract. It's not filtered as much. It's going right into the blood cells.
Okay. So how are you feeling? Whenever I've had an IV, it's weird because you'll start to feel it. I don't know if that's a placebo
What, like
thing
in
going
your
on.
body?
Well, you start to feel
cold.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll tell you. Really? It's very common. You feel cold pretty much instantly. Your hand or your arm, wherever it's infusing, you'll start to feel a little cold. A lot of people taste the B vitamins. Do you taste it, Tom?
No.
Yeah.
I
So,
taste the donut I had.
yeah, a majority of people will taste those B vitamins. It kind of tastes like a Flintstones vitamin. It's not too terrible. But it's the hydration that's really giving you that immediate difference. We have a lot of people that love B12 in their infusions. It's
B12 is the big thing. You always hear B12 mentioned.
And I tried B12, and I was not looking to think. I didn't want to pretend it was working if it didn't. So I was during the day. I go, I don't know if I feel it. At night, absolutely. What I always say is clear-headed, and I did it one more time. I don't need to do it every day, but it was another thing I was going to. I was like, God, I like the way that was the first time. I went and did it again, and lightheaded, not lightheaded, clear-headed, And to me, it feels like the B12 right now, but like 3 times.
How often do you do it, Todd?
I've only done the B12 twice.
Just twice? Okay.
Yeah, so this to me, the closest I can get to ever feeling it was that. This right now, even now, and it's only been in there for 20 minutes, it feels like 3 times that. It feels very nice.
All right, so should you go to your doctor before you do something like this?
So we actually
Let's keep them out of this.
We have physicians on staff. All of our staff are critical care nurses, so ER, ICU, lots of experience. And our physicians are also part of this.
Okay.
All right, the reason I ask is because I remember I started taking a multivitamin because I thought you should take a multivitamin. And then my doctor was like, don't take a multivitamin. You shouldn't take that. You should check with me before you take any vitamins of any type because
Always
you
good.
may not need those or they may be counterproductive.
Well, a lot of these facilities, at least the ones that I know of, it is either retired nurses or nurses who are out of their field that are now moving on to open up something like this.
Yeah, we kind of chose a little bit of a different business model. We wanted our nurses to still be based in hospitals, skills very fresh. They're great at IVs. They're quick to think. They're just more prepared. I feel like when they have been in action and they're working in hospitals and then coming into work.
You want actual medical personnel doing this. You don't want a guy in a van doing it.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. So so this is something that you're digging. So how amongst other comedians and stuff, do you see this a lot? Other people, entertainers using this a lot?
I've just always heard stories like, they got someone didn't feel well. They got a mobile. They called it a mobile nurse. Yeah. Because they're nurses, they're registered nurses.
It's a classic, Todd. Because he it's the same reason why you serve your water in a glass jug in your and it's the reason why you wanted a circular driveway. You just sort of project wealth when it comes to this sort of stuff, right?
Well, you just want to find out. What are you talking about?
He's talking about you. You wanted the hedges trimmed when you were a kid. You're about presentation. Yeah. You're about making sure you're at your best.
Well, why not?
Yes.
Why not? Do you have a company that come out and put some low energy in you? I want to have a little lower energy.
I want to be sedate and a social outcast.
And I want to tell you guys something, and I don't mean to jump right to it, but I know how it works. You got to get funny quick. People, can I tell you something? We're off the top. When I come in here every time, how can I get people to come to my show? Not like in a begging way. Look, you go to Netflix. If you think I'm funny, if you're not familiar with me. Also, by the way, tonight I will be on Jimmy Kimmel. We already recorded it, but we did it from his club in Las Vegas. And it's with the whole band, and it's the most different stand-up set I've ever done, seriously, in my career on late-night television.
You've been calling this the event of a lifetime.
I have.
Yes.
There you go. It's what it says. That's the name of my tour.
Of a lifetime, and that's saying a lot.
And I have the whole band with me on the show. So I've never done a late-night set with the whole band.
Yeah.
So they're all there. John over here, he is the keyboard guy in the band.
And he's currently he blew right through his bag.
Look
at that.
Seriously,
his bag is empty.
Yeah.
You're right.
What is it about a keyboard player that has them suck up their juice quicker?
Is he in your Netflix?
By the way, Steve, you got cackles out of me this. And it's like not the most appealing thing about yourself because you think that's who you really are. In the other room, you said something. I went. I'm like, I guess that's how I laugh, but I don't have time to do the fake laugh, like,
Is John in your Netflix special?
No, John is not.
Okay.
John in that Netflix
When are you going to
special.
film your Netflix special?
Well, I'm getting close. I'm getting close to film the one that aired already.
I love the last one, by the way.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is when you come to my live show, I seriously take I take responsibility for every. And the minute you get in there, I want it to be an experience. When you're buying your ticket, what it's like, the music you're listening to in the bar before you go into the showroom, what you hear when you leave the showroom. So and then the band as people are being sat. So I really care about the show. So if that's any reason, because people spend money they don't have. Sometimes they spend money they don't have. They park, babysitters, everything ends up costing. And as I do comedy longer, I try to remember that. I've made mistakes in the past when you didn't give it your best. So now,
put your hand down
so
that you drain quicker.
Hey, by the way, just reached over to calm Todd down for a moment. Even done.
So your Netflix special is really, really great. Very, very meticulous. And I know all stand-up comedians or most successful stand-up comedians really, every single beat is rehearsed and practiced. And with the band, you take it to a whole new level. Now, I had also heard when you talk about the experience for the fan, for the people that are spending money to go to your show, that I heard that you, even with the green room, you will go in and you'll spend money and you'll decorate the green room just to sort of make sure that it's
it gets sometimes that stuff, and I don't know if it's my own insecurities. It gets exaggerated, but basically what I've done is you're in a green room. It's really bright.
Yeah.
And they don't have a lamp. Most clubs, if they figure it out after years, if you're it's people are going to be hanging in here, that is not conducive to hanging out.
You want mood lighting.
So at Target, you buy a lamp and you leave it. Right. You leave it for the club. You're like, there you go, and now hopefully every comedian uses it.
I hear
stuff like
it's
that.
about presentation. I agree with that 1,000%.
Yeah.
So you're very proud of this. I have to ask you, because on your Twitter page you have all these animations, all these cartoons to promoting the show.
Mm-hmm.
Is there the chance that we're going to see a Todd Glass animated series or
no? But it's fun. They Josh would take these. They were called mashups. They would take literally you talking about a sketch and turn it into a sketch. It was really a cool way to do it.
They're well done.
Yeah, because you're just talking it. Like sometimes you'll talk a sketch. You'll be like, yeah, what if this? And they would take it to life. And they ended up on the internet.
They're very funny. They're bits of your routines and stuff, and they're animated and it's the animation's top level.
And did I ever tell you that, speaking of animation, speaking of that, speaking of other things, this happens, a little turnaround, you put it all in a bowl. Next thing you know, who's to say you can't talk about the frame?
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. We're welcoming our very first guest of 2024 to the studio. And he's performing at Punchline tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday as well. And just like Bob Marley, he is a native of Wilmington, Delaware. Please welcome Ian Fidance to the show again. How you doing, man?
I'm doing amazing. That's
the first guest of 2024.
That's so cool.
That is pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's going to be Year of the Fidance. I'm so excited.
The Year of the Fidance.
Yeah, like Bob Marley, I'm jamming.
So Marley lived briefly in
Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah,
You know that?
a couple years.
Yeah.
Were you aware of that while you were there?
It was a bit before my time.
Okay,
but
I mean, was that?
Oh yes.
When you'd walk into, would people give you the knowing Bob Marley used to live here?
Actually, my mom met him.
Really?
Yeah, my mom, lifelong Delawarean, and she was like the cool kid in high school, and she ran around with a lot of guys that Bob Marley liked because they did the thing he did, and
so they could score
made a
pot.
business off of it.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what I could say on terrestrial radio.
You're fine.
We're drug dealers.
Totally.
And
your mom hung out with drug dealers.
My mom is such a sweet, amazing, innocent soul that she didn't even realize what was right and wrong. And when she tells the story, she's like, we saw Bob Marley and we went into the green room and my friends are giving him things, and if you ever do coke, always do it with the when it's hard. You don't get it from the rock because they put things in it, Ian, and everyone was scared, and I actually asked to touch his hair, and it was amazing. He let me, and it was so cool.
She's like approaching it like June Cleaver, but she's hanging out with the Rastas in the back room. Oh, that's hilarious.
One of the greatest musicians of all time.
Yeah.
Incredible. I mean, I'm a huge fan of ska. Ska came before reggae, but Marley made reggae the biggest thing in the world.
Yeah.
And what he did with the Wailers, and
it's amazing.
yeah.
It's really comforting in a bizarre way when you go down to Jamaica. they do listen to Bob Marley all the time.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you would figure, oh no, they're past this. This is they're.
Well, there's a guy named Desmond Decker who's he has an album called The King of Ska,
right?
And Bob Marley and him worked at the same factory, and Bob Marley actually got him into the recording studio he was recording in. So he gave him his break, and Bob Marley was like the king of reggae, and Desmond Decker was like the king of ska. And so that was really cool that they met in a factory job that they never had to work again.
Ian, I got to say, I didn't know you a year ago, and then you came in and you did the show about a year ago, and then I started following you on Instagram. And first of all, you're hilarious. You're a great follow on Instagram. But secondly, you put up a lot of content, but you are just not afraid to bear it all on Instagram. And I think it's pretty brave because you are who you are. And you share everything about your life on there. Do you ever get pushback from fans, from people coming to the comedy shows about I don't know, just how open you are?
No, actually, it's pretty cool. I've kind of developed a relationship with the world I live in, where everyone knows I'm completely mentally ill. So anything I do or say, I kind of get away with because people are like, "Oh, well, it's just."
You have a built-in safety net.
Yeah,
it's like the guy who runs the hardware store on the corner. If he goes and does what Charles Manson, oh my God! But if Charles Manson did what Charles Manson's doing, it's like, oh yeah, that's fine. That's what he does.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't make that comparison, but thank you.
I'm not saying you're Charles Manson, but but I'm saying when you build in your own net, you're like, this is who I am.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't have to worry.
It's really cool with what's happening with comedy is you're building your own audience, and people are gravitating to you and kind of what you do. And so when people come see me live, they, like I'm not known from a character I'm playing on a television show.
Right,
and then when they see me go off and be completely unhinged on stage, they're like, I wasn't expecting this. Like, you kind of know what you're in for. And each set is different. And I tape my special December 3rd in New York City.
Right.
And multiple people, one person put it perfectly, and this was like the greatest compliment I ever got. They were like, seeing you live is like if Robin Williams was angry and on Four Loko. I was like, that's great. Put it on my tombstone.
Yeah, put that up a notch.
Yeah.
Well, you are candid, and one thing you might, and I want to see if this is actually the truth. Preston announced that he had a kind of a struggle session with booze on.
I just overdid it. New Year's Eve, big time. I'm going dry January.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I have to.
You attempted a dry Christmas this year, or what?
No. I've been doing a dry almost decade.
Okay.
No, I've been sober off drugs and alcohol since April of 2015.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but I mean, I lived in halfway houses, detoxes.
Okay.
Shout out rehab in Lima, Pennsylvania. Miramont, what's up? You know Miramont?
I know Miramont.
Are you an alum?
Maybe.
Oh yeah, cool. We can talk.
So, because I saw a clip of you and you were talking about, maybe it was in your
on Christmas.
Maybe that was
okay.
it.
Yeah,
but
years
it was
ago.
a hilarious story.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I've been sober since April 2015, but I'd been trying since 2008. So mistakes were made, and
mistakes were made.
Oh yeah, and so I would get clean time, and then I'd fall, and I'd get clean time, and I'd fall, and I was really struggling. I was living in a 1-bedroom apartment in Wilmington, Delaware, a couple blocks away from the house I was born in. So that is kind of a mind trip,
right?
When you're like blacking out drunk, and you end up on the front lawn of the house you were born in, and Madonna's "This Used to Be My Playground" is playing. You're like, who have I become?
Clearly, you didn't follow your mother's instructions, and you got the bad stuff.
Oh yeah. No, she, anything she told me to do, I did the opposite. So I went for the cut stuff. But it was Christmas Day. I woke up the night before. I had a New Year's Eve that you would probably
relate to.
Oh yeah. And I woke up. I was like, it's Christmas, man. Today's the day to get sober. What a gift. Merry Christmas. So I went down to my downstairs neighbor. I gave him all the booze I had in my fridge. I gave him my, jugs of vodka, my booze, my beer, what I had in the bag. And I gave it to him. I go, hey, man, have this. Merry Christmas. I'm getting sober. And then by 2 p.m., I'd stolen a bottle of Jack Daniels from a friend's house. And I was drunk already. And I was like, oh, boy, have I fallen fast.
Wow. But it was so honest because we hear countless. We've had, Steve-O, and you obviously, these people Bam, recently a friend of the show, is
Brandon Novak.
Brandon Novak.
Yeah.
All these guys.
What he does for sobriety in the community is amazing. And we had Steve-O on my podcast. I have a podcast called Being Ian with Jordan.
Right.
And it's with my best friend, Jordan Jensen. She's a great comic. But we're both sober. And it's great because we have these comics on and we can have these talks. And it's not just like surface level. We kind of get into it. And it's funny, man. Like you brought up kind of my audience. And it's like just by living authentically as to who I am, it's kind of brought in people that really relate to that. And I get messages all the time about people, you know, getting sober, stopping drinking from just kind of hearing the life. I really try to show that you can have fun in sobriety. Sure. And it's not a death sentence.
So I've never been drunk. It's weird because
you've never drank.
I've never. I've never.
You're an alien.
I know.
What? You need to be studied.
Here's a not funny, but here's an interesting fact. I'll say my younger brother is a recovering alcoholic. So
great.
But in the same family, two different things.
Yeah. Well, you know, he could be an active alcoholic.
It's good for you.
I mean, either way, either me or him are going to be Preston sponsored. I can't wait. It's going to be amazing.
I had a friend call me years ago, and he's like, "Hey, I just want to let you know my brother's in rehab," and I'm like, "That's great," and he was like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah.
I'm like, well, the alternative is that he's out there using right now, and like he's somewhere getting help. I'm like, and he's like, "Well, I didn't really think of it like that." I'm like, "Yeah."
No, it is a cool thing, but to have that candor with the audience, is something
great.
cool. Yeah.
I mean, getting sober, and I tried in my early 20s, and you know, they say you got to change people, places, and things.
Right.
It's very different, you know, when you're out drinking with your buddies. You realize you're the problem. You stop drinking, and then you start hanging out with a bunch of, you know, sober crackheads named, you know, Marvin. And you're like, man, did I not see this coming? You know?
Hey, I wanted to ask, and did I read this correctly or not? Is your birthday New Year's Eve?
It is.
Oh, no kidding. You were
December
born on
31st.
31st.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's that been like, having your birthday fall on New Year's Eve? Is it a good thing, bad things?
It's quite an ego death.
Yeah.
You know, when you're a child, you think, wow, everyone really loves me and is celebrating. And then, you know, around 10 or 11, you realize the world doesn't care. You know,
I always wonder if the parents at the time are like, "Oh, can we hold? Will this be the first baby born of the new year?" And you know, because that's always a big thing.
Yeah.
The news always makes it. What time were you born at?
12:16 p.m. I get a call every year from my mom, and I was born 27 days premature.
Wow.
Yeah, so I just couldn't wait out to get into the world. You know. And get that tax break. And so, yeah, I was 27 days premature, born December 31st. And, you know, it's weird because that's a huge drinking day for everyone.
Yes.
And I always felt this pressure to, you know, I never wanted to have like a party at my place and have it suck.
Yeah.
So I would just kind of roll around with everyone else. And I had one of the most memorable New Year's Eves in Philly. I went to some warehouse party somewhere and I got so drunk, I got jumped on the way home and I just woke up at my friend's doorstep covered in blood like, hey, I didn't really have the best night. Maybe it's time for me to quit drinking.
Wow.
And so I drank that night.
Yeah.
But,
you don't remember the brawl at all?
I remember me and another guy kind of got into a thing with someone inside the warehouse.
Yeah.
And then everyone left me. I wasn't fun. I wasn't the guy you wanted to hang out with.
Right.
It was always at a certain point in the night. It was like, no, you go live your life because I've turned into a monster. And my buddies left. And I just remember being outside and some guy was like, can I bum a cigarette? And I was like, yeah, man, Happy New Year. And when I reached in my pocket, he punched me in the head.
What?
And you know, like those inflatable things when you punch it and it falls and it swings back.
it goes back and forth. Yeah.
So he hit me and I fell back and I swung back. I go, why'd you do that? He just hit me again. I woke up in a cab and I was like, well, this isn't how I thought my night would go.
They steal anything from me? Were they mugging you? Or just,
yeah.
Really?
What do you think? They were just giving me a love tap?
I don't know, man.
You know?
I had a friend of mine.
How old are you? A punch for each year.
No, my buddy got cold cocked for no reason one time, and they didn't steal anything from him. Just somebody.
Just for the love of the game.
Yeah.
I've seen it. For the while, it was a couple of years ago, the knockout game. Where people randomly go down the street.
Yeah,
and
that was
cold
like
cock.
the city version of smashing mailboxes houses in the suburbs.
Yes, totally.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just some innocent kids having fun, you know?
Not knocking out
Ruining
senior
lives.
citizens. Yeah.
By the way, if you're just jumping in, Ian Finance is here and is going to be playing a Punchline tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. So you got a bunch of shows in town, which is pretty awesome.
I'm pumped, man.
Yeah.
I'm really excited. Philly's my favorite town to play.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, growing up in Delaware, I started in Philly, you know, driving up to do open mics every night before I moved to New York City again. And I mean, like, I think I told you guys last time, this was like the station that me and my friends listened to growing
awesome,
up.
yeah.
Like, working construction or going to school. Like, MMR was the station.
Oh, you said you had gifts for us.
Yes.
Are we getting these on air or is this for
Sure, if you
off air?
want. I brought you guys T-shirts.
Yeah. T-shirts?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, you can use them for kindling if it gets too cold. Or
T-shirts.
I don't know what sizes you are, but I shot my special December 3rd, and I made these shirts.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
When and where are we
Yeah,
going to see
sure.
the special?
It's coming out in April.
Okay.
And
Shopping it right now?
We are, yes. And
Considering the YouTube route?
yeah, I mean, we're working on the edit right now, and then you take it, shop it around,
Right.
And worst comes to worst, you put it out on your YouTube, and I'd put it on the podcast YouTube, and we already have like 50,000 subs. It's
Nice.
going great.
Yeah,
so that's like a built-in thing.
I'm very, very interested in this whole process because, I think years ago I just thought you just get up there on stage and you do your thing and you got a couple of cameras and that's that. And, the more and more specials I watch, I pay closer attention to the credits afterwards. Who produced it, who directed it. And, so do we know any of the names of any of the producers, directors, or anything like that?
Yeah, the director is James Webb. He's fantastic. He directed specials for Sam Morril, Mark Norman, Rachel Feinstein on Netflix, and I am really pumped about it, man. It was great. It was 2 shows, New York City, and it was crazy. At the end, I got a standing ovation.
Dude,
and I
that's
stage
perfect.
dived. It was like
awesome.
unreal. Yeah.
Wow.
So, and we have a couple fun things for like the intro and the outro, and I'm pumped, man. It's years ago, before everything was social media, and I didn't know what to do. It was just like, I guess I'll just be funny, and someone will pluck me up like a claw machine.
Well, you've done a lot
Toy
of-
Story, And then now it's like, no, I'm building my own thing. I'm doing my own thing. I self-finance it. I'm in the poorhouse, and unrelated. Am I getting paid for this today? And
Well, we
but
gave
it's
you a
like,
bottle of water.
I love it. I love it. It's reusable. And it's great, man. I'm gonna make the money back on the road, and it's like, what am I here for?
That's
I
how
can't
you
take
have-
it with me. I gotta do it. I gotta pump it into myself and make it happen, Cabin. No one else is gonna give it to me. You come into this world alone, you die alone. No one's coming here to save you. Do it.
We've talked about this a few times over the last year or two about what a great time this is for comedy, and you referenced it earlier too. And you spent some time with Bobby Lee recently. Bobby is on another level. He's on his own planet, and I love him. What other comedians over the last year or so have you hung out with that have like surprised you or made you laugh, or anybody that you've fallen in love with that you met recently?
Man. Well, Bobby is the best, man. We said that I'm East Coast white Bobby Lee. Because and actually you guys told me last time I was here, me and him are the only ones to take our clothes off on the show. And I've gotten more tattoos since last year.
Yeah, but
so
look, man,
if you guys want to show, on air, maybe that'll be the real gift. Is what I'll give you guys.
By all
I'm a
means,
little present. Unwrap me. But Bobby's the best, man. He's been so kind to me, and I don't know. There's so many good comics. I mean. Honestly, man, my best friend Jordan, she's a special out. It's a half hour on YouTube. She's the funniest. She and I have such a good time together.
That's how I became aware of her through you.
Yeah.
And she's really funny.
She's the best, man. We have so much fun. Our podcast is just like a sleepover with your 2 best friends that had too much sugar. It's like a hang. So every guest we have on is like, I feel like I'm at like Wayne's World on on sleep deprivation.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's a great vibe.
You mentioned your tattoos, and as I'm sitting here glancing at them because they're really colorful, they're very cool. You've got you call full sleeves. Not everything is connected together, but you got a smattering. And I wanted to know what the thought process behind some of them. Can you hold up your right arm here for a second? What made you go, I need a hand with a pair of chopsticks?
Well, you said thought process, and I just want to throw that out the window.
Okay.
Yeah, no, these
Because
don't.
they seem random.
Yeah, I mean, I love American traditional tattoos.
Right.
They're bright, bold, beautiful colors.
They are
They've been
cool.
around for, 100 years. They'll be around for 100 more.
Right.
And I go to a shop in New York called R&D Tattoo, and those are my guys. And I every year I play Vegas, I go to a shop called Downtown Tattoo in Vegas. Me and Jordan go, and our favorite restaurant is called Ping Pang Pong.
Ping Pang Pong. I love
know,
it. I love
know.
it. Yeah,
it's, a lot could be said about the name of that restaurant,
Yeah.
but it's the best Chinese spot in Vegas. We go every year, and we're there, and we're like, dude, let's just get the logo from Ping Pang Pong tattooed on us. And I'm like, why not? We'll go tomorrow.
Do you have it?
And look, I know you're judging me, Preston, but if God didn't want me to get all these tattoos, he wouldn't have given me all this skin. Okay? So what am I supposed to do with it? I am a canvas. Paint me, bitch. Believe that. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Marissa is she got a tattoo at the same place in Vegas here.
No
real quick. I'm
way.
sorry to interrupt, but yeah, she got married.
Really?
there.
So Matt and I got married at the Punk Rock Museum. You and I
Yes.
were talking about it out there. The tattoo parlor was not open yet.
Right.
So we went to brunch, and then we were like, well, we don't have rings. Let's go get them tattooed on. And downtown was the closest one to the Punk Rock Museum.
That's amazing.
We doodled this at brunch and got rings tattooed.
Why not?
Yeah.
That's the best.
Exactly.
I love it.
All right, what is the most random, besides the chopstick, what is the one that even makes you chuckle when you look at it and go, what made me do that?
Oh, I have Wile E. Coyote smoking a cigarette dressed as a vampire. Why not, dude?
Wile E. Coyote smoking a cigarette dressed as a vampire.
Uh-huh.
That's like a Rorschach test right on your skin.
Oh yeah. And the results ain't good, But why not? You know that actually is an acetate from a classic New York tattooer named Tony Polito.
Okay.
He was like the godfather of New York City tattooing, and when tattooing was illegal in New York, he had a shop out of his house called Old Calcutta in Lefferts Garden, and this is one of his original designs. And the guy that did it, so
just break your arm to show you.
Some of these,
Oh,
like
wow.
on my chest, I have a cowboy, a skull cowboy.
Wow. Dude,
with a cowboy
this stuff
hat.
is good.
And this is called a Crazy Sal.
Yeah.
Because this is named after Crazy Sal DiSarno, who in the 70s killed a cop, got beat up by the police. The next day on the cover of the New York Post, he was handcuffed, shirtless, and he only had this skull with a cowboy hat on his chest.
Jeez.
Everyone called it the Crazy Sal. And the next day, everybody was lined up around the block at Tony Polito's studio to get the Crazy Sal.
Oh, wow.
So I got the Crazy Sal from a tattooer that's in direct lineage from him.
So
some of these do have thought and meaning,
You're a big band dude. I know. Metal. You're a Korn fan for the longest time, right?
Korn, Deftones,
And
Incubus, shout out. I love
band
hardcore
tattoos?
punk rock.
Yeah.
There's a great New York hardcore band called Incendiary. Me and Jordan actually have matching Incendiary tattoos. And I just went on the road with this great band called Angel Dust. And I didn't even do comedy. I just flew down to get on the bus with them.
You just
and
wanted wow.
Yeah, I was just a groupie for like a week. It was amazing.
So,
because I've become friends with like a lot of these guys that are in bands I listen to, and then they dig my stuff. So I'm on the road listening to them. They're on the tour bus listening to me, and it's like really, really
how
fun.
freaky is that?
It's the best.
How freaky is
It's
It's
the best.
amazing.
Yeah.
Dude, you also have a world-class belt buckle on there,
Yes.
too. What's the story behind that thing?
I got that in Austin. Every little town I go to, I like to get a little
Something to go.
accoutrement,
Yeah.
take it with me wherever I go. And I got this huge belt buckle in Austin from Allen's Boots. And
Oh, there you do. There you go. That's real deal.
And dude, I'll tell you. So some of my rings I got from a native tribe in San Antonio that are like fans of mine, and I talk about Native American poetry and spirituality a lot, and I wear a lot of the jewelry, and they were like, look, we love that you like represent us.
Wow.
This was passed down in our family. No one's using it. It's just been in our grandmother's room who passed. We'd love for you to have it.
No kidding.
Yeah, so they gave me 2 rings, a family-made bracelet, and 2 pendants. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm a hoarder or someone that appreciates different cultures.
Well, what's
I
your
don't know.
house like? You have newspapers stacked up 6 feet high, or
No,
all right, well, then you're not a
come
hoarder.
on,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
4 feet high. No, I mean, I have my podcast studio in the basement, and that is, set up very decorated to us. It's
Right,
like
yeah.
records on the wall, wood panel. We have a bunch of like things wrapped around. It is a bit, I would say, clustered.
Well, it's representative of you.
Yeah,
so like
totally.
Your tattoo pattern is sort of a cluster of stuff. So that seems to be linear.
I like that outlook. Thank you.
Yeah,
I needed
my
that.
pleasure.
Yeah.
I thought, I don't know if the story is apocryphal or not, but that you're talking about your band love throughout the years. I think you're a big Metallica fan first.
Oh,
then Korn.
huge.
So was there at some point, and this could be hearsay, there was some sort of intervention with you based on your music? You had like your mother wanted to make sure someone sort of religious people came to your house. I'm
Oh, my
paraphrasing the
God.
story. I don't know
Yeah.
if this is true or not.
Yeah, no.
This did happen?
Yeah, I got into Metallica when I was younger. And matter of fact, my mom took me to meet Danzig at Tower Records in Cherry Hill when I was in 6th grade.
That's pretty cool.
It was the coolest. He was so nice to me.
Was he?
He really was.
Okay.
Honestly, he taught me how to play my first bar chord because I brought my guitar to have him sign the pick guard. He did, taught me how to play my first bar chord, and that's how I got into punk rock. And then I was in a ska band, which is all like bar chords. So I always thought of Danzig. He tried to get us on the tour bus, give tickets, and he really kind of more so focused on getting my mom on the tour bus, and we were kind of an afterthought, and my mom picked up on it and was like, we're leaving, and I was like, but I need a father. It could have been my stepdad.
Is your mom a looker?
She was in her younger years, and I grew up single mom, and I was like, look, the guy you're dating stinks. I don't want that guy. Marry Danzig.
Yeah.
What is up?
Oh, that's
But but my grandmom didn't like it. My grandmom was like super religious, and I used to print out song lyrics and keep them in a folder. And she found song lyrics to Korn.
Okay.
And do you remember their song Adidas?
I don't know the lyrics.
Well, it stands for All Day I Dream About Sex.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the best lyrics you want a 6th or 7th grader like reciting. So she found this and thought I was like infected by devils. And they hired these Jamaican like women to come to the house to give me an exorcism.
Are you serious?
I swear to God. I swear to God.
So Jamaican
It was like
evangelics?
evangelical, Pentecostal. It was crazy. Wow. Yeah, there it is.
This is it.
Yeah.
Adidas. Yeah.
Yeah. So they came to the house, and let me tell you, they couldn't fix me. we were in a prayer circle, and they're speaking in tongues, and I'm like, this is insane. And then I felt bad. They came all this way, so I just started to shake. And the woman looks over and she's like, it's working. It's working. And I was like, hey, thanks. Tell Bob Marley I say hi.
Dude,
That is crazy.
You should have whipped out some of the corn.
Just play Twist just at loud volume.
I didn't realize it was that involved.
It was crazy. It was crazy.
Wow.
I was a bad kid. Music saved me, really.
Yeah,
Music
yeah.
saved me.
Can I ask you about your mustache? Because sometimes when I see somebody with a mustache, it looks like it's, I'm like, what are you trying to do?
Yeah.
And then other times I look at a mustache, I'm like, yeah, that makes absolute perfect sense.
That's really nice.
And so I'm saying for you, it makes perfect sense. When did the mustache become the thing for you?
I was born with it.
You got mustache combs.
The listeners at home, I'm combing my mustache. That's right. I did a visual prop on the radio.
We're on YouTube right now.
No, man, I've had the mustache since I was like 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before it became a...
Yeah, but I had a mustache when everyone hated the mustache. And matter of fact, I was drinking at a buddy's house. I passed out, and I woke up and they'd shaved my mustache off.
Oh, did they do half?
Yeah.
Or the whole thing?
No, the whole thing.
Son of a bitch.
And I woke up, I felt naked. I felt like Adam after eating the apple in the Garden of Eden. You know, I was like, who am I? And, it's so
Who
funny.
inspired you? Who was the person you said, I want to match that stash?
My dad had a mustache.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. And also, like, I don't know. I feel like I look like I'm, working for SEPTA anyway. I might as well. I mean, I look like a cab driver in the 70s.
Yeah.
And I love old New York, so it just fits.
That's why I was saying, and I mean this in the nicest way. You have a look that just makes me smile.
I love that. Thank you.
You come across him instantly as a likable guy.
Oh, thanks.
And so yeah,
I
that's a guy.
appreciate that.
That's an every guy.
Well, you have a big smile, so that helps.
Well,
out a lot.
dude, thank you, and I love hearing that because I've recognized that my job is to go to different towns and just bring joy.
Yeah.
I'm a traveling clown, and if I can make people laugh and feel good, that means a lot. So thank you.
No,
I
it's
appreciate
sincere.
that.
You mentioned not being. You didn't say not a nice person. You said you weren't a good person. I think is what it was, and also that you could kind of you could switch, especially if you're boozing or whatever you were doing. But were you always a fun guy? Were you always a kind person? Because you seem like somebody you want to hang out with and have a good
thanks,
time,
man.
you know?
Yeah, no, I mean, I was, and then as life shows up at the door and kicks you in the ball sack, that would happen more and more, and I had a lot of anger and resentment in me for a while, and alcohol allowed me to kind of release that. So I used to get in fights all the time.
Wow.
And I was like, I would get to a point, I would never. I would go off on my own a lot and try to start fights with people, and I got my ass kicked a bunch.
Was that
and,
the
I got
mission?
some good wallops in,
The mission, your mission would be, I'm going to go out and start a fight. Would that actually be a
Yeah, it was like the only way I could feel.
Only way you could feel.
And so I'm really proud of the fact that I'm no longer that guy, but I still do have some. I can pop off sometimes.
All right, so you've been sober since 2015.
Yeah.
Have you fought since 2015? Been in any fights since then?
No.
All right.
But I've gripped a couple people up. yeah. Sometimes I ride a bicycle in New York City, man.
Oh,
Sometimes
man.
you gotta pop off.
It's inevitable.
You know? Oh yeah.
Did you see the footage of Ian Ziering and that brawl?
I mean, dude, that guy took on like 5 dudes at once, and I'm like, yo. This dude's insane fighting someone with a helmet.
I know.
You know?
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. It's like they already have that advantage.
It was nuts.
Yeah.
And dude, I'll pop off if, I size a guy up and I'm like, oh, white tourist? I'm in. Yes. If I'm in a bad part of town, I'm like, you win this one, fellas.
I'm just a septic guy.
Yeah. I'm just a friendly neighborhood guy.
Well, listen, we got to wrap, unfortunately, Ian, because we have another guest who's on the line that we need to get to. But I just want to remind everybody that Ian's going to be performing at Punchline. There's one show tonight, 7:30, and then tomorrow 2 shows, same thing on Saturday. Tomorrow's shows are 7:30, 9:45. Saturday shows are 7 p.m. Punchlinephilly.com to get tickets. I'm sure they're going to sell out, so you'll want to get those now before it is too late to get them. And who knows when we'll see you next. So got to get out and see
It seems to be every year now.
Yeah. Sooner rather than later, when the special pops, I'll come down and say
we love that. Yeah, we love that.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's such a pleasure, honor, and such a bucket list thing to come in here on the show I grew up listening to. So thank you guys truly
We love
for
it.
having me. I really appreciate it. Thank
Congrats
you.
on your success.
Hey, thank you, brother.
Ian Finance, guys. You can hang if you want to, Ian, but we've got to go right into this next guest. So, and he is on to promote the Ed Snyder Legacy Games coming up on Saturday. They're playing the Flames. The Flyers are, obviously. And this guy would take his helmet off when he would fight.
Absolutely.
Definitely. We would like to welcome our good friend Scott Hartell.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Hey, Scotty. Nice to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you guys, too. You guys got a funny man in there. I was giggling 5 minutes.
Oh, thanks, Scotty.
We can stick around then if you want, Ian.
I'd love
Talk
to. It's
Scott.
an honor to sit with Scotty Too Hottie. This is great.
Hey, Happy New Year, by the way. Holidays and everything treat you well?
Everything was great. I got kids that are 5, 3, and just turned 2 yesterday. And with young kids, it's magical. So we had a great a few days around the holidays, and then I shipped up to Canada. I did the color on the broadcast the last couple of games, so that was kind of fun to dabble on that. Boucher was off, so I just enjoyed watching 2 losses, unfortunately, but it's kind of a cool little gig I got going on, and yeah, nice to be back home though here in Philly.
I want to ask about the kids because, my kids are a little bit older now, but I do remember when they were younger, you could ring in the new year at any time of the day, and it didn't matter. So what time was midnight for you guys?
For my wife, it was probably around 9. I was in Canada, so we were a little bit delayed.
Okay.
But as for every parent that goes through this, the building of the gifts, right? And
Oh,
it's
the
like,
building,
okay,
yes. Yeah.
It was like we Googled Barbie Dream House, time to assemble, right? And it's like Average time is 45 minutes, and it took us an hour and 20 minutes. There was like probably 45 F-bombs between each other. A bottle of wine deep, and we were just like, F you, like, what are you doing? This is
Oh my God.
go there.
I love that I stuck around for this birth control by osmosis for me.
It's the best, but it was the worst. But it's it was just a magical time, and kind of sad it's over.
Yeah, Scott, I want to ask you about broadcasting. By the way, you're doing a great job, and it was really cool to hear you in the booth with JJ up in Canada and Alberta. You did the game in Calgary and Edmonton.
Yep.
And you're doing pre and post game a lot with NBC Sports Philadelphia. But what is it? And you played up there too. But what's it like playing in the dead of winter in Calgary and Edmonton? Because there's got to be like zero daylight. Is it cool? Is it a pain in the ass? What's it like for you guys?
It's weird actually. This trip was about probably 40 degrees, kind of cool, like right around freezing, like when you wake up in the morning. But I opened the curtains at about 9 o'clock, and it's still pitch black, legit pitch black out. And then at 4 o'clock, the sun's down and it's pitch black again. So it's like, and it's totally opposite in the summer. It's light at 4:30 and it's dark at 11, right? So it's total kind of flip flop, but. Usually I was prepared for, kind of scarf, toque, mitts, sweater, overcoat, and you're still freezing cold, right? So it was a little bit of a reprieve from that. But, I always, and that's where I grew up too, right? It was, I always tell my wife and my son is like, yeah, we walked uphill both ways to school, snow like 3-4 feet deep, but that was actually no joke, not uphill both ways, but the snow part. So it's, it was nice to go back and see some buddies too.
I lived in the darkness.
So obviously you were raised there. You know that's the way it's going to be. And the darkness though can seasonal. Sadness can kick in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, do you do things to fight that, or do you just end up like Bob Geldof on the wall, sitting in the hotel room, shaving your nipples off?
No, it's just something that I grew up in it, right? So there was really nothing to. I didn't know any different. Right now, it's like, oh man, this is a little bit depressing.
Right.
You can't wait for the sun to come up, and a lot of times there's low cloud cover there, like a lot different than here for some reason. It just looks lower, so you're kind of sunk in. You can't see the skyscrapers in Edmonton there, but it is what it is. It's and then the hockey arena is 20,000 people, like all in this McDavid and Draisaitl, and it was a pretty cool atmosphere there for those players. And Flyers kind of had it close and then kind of lost it at the end. But it like I said, it's always cool to go back there. Everything's better in Canada, just a little bit better. The chocolate, the candy, the beers are stronger.
The moose mix. I don't know what you're doing in Toronto, but your women sure beat the crap out of the ones we have here.
I was gonna say that. I just didn't know if my wife was listening to this right now.
Don't worry, I'll speak for you, Scotty.
Thank you.
Hey, can you explain the legacy game and like all the stuff that's going to happen on Saturday afternoon?
Yeah. So January 6th on Saturday, it's the Ed Snider Legacy Game. It would have been his 91st birthday, and the man was special. I think everyone who met Mr. Snider, was just you could see his passion, you could see his charisma for the city. Him bringing the Flyers to Philadelphia in '67. The Stanley Cups. He was just a man of the people, if that's okay to say it. He's just, when I signed here and met him for the first time, I was in awe of him. He had that presence. So the new era of Orange, the new, Dan Hilferty, Keith Jones, Danny Briere, they all knew him super, super well. So it's I'm glad they're kind of going back to the way things were with Mr. Snider, kind of running things, and the team has had a great start. And I'm just real fortunate to be a part of this organization, part of the TV crew, whatever it is. It's this is my home now. I love the Flyers, my favorite place to play, bar none. And it's going to be a real wonderful afternoon, kind of, just kind of recognizing what Mr. Snider did for not only the Flyers and South Philly, but just the whole flipping city. The Ed Snider Youth Hockey Foundation is unbelievable. What he started, it's I was big into that when I played here. Still try and visit these kids, and I just you can't say one bad thing about his passion, for the city of Philadelphia.
Yeah, people who know him and who really knew him are as effusive as you are about the experience of knowing the guy and how, and in many ways he seemed to be very paternal to the people, very much a guiding force, and you're echoing that as well.
Yeah, he really is. I've had a couple meetings when I had my Hartell down children's book that I wrote with my sister there. You know, we kind of asked him if we could use the Flyers emblem in the book, right? Kind of trademarks and all that kind of stuff. And he was like, absolutely. He's like, you know, Miss the Hockey Foundation, we want to get behind you as well. And it was, you know, I was so nervous going into this meeting with this, you know, god of you know, and I, you know, I'm not the best talker in the world, and you know, sitting down with him in a boardroom, I was basically crapping my pants, basically, and you know, it was just he made me feel so, you know, comfortable, and you know, what he did for me was unbelievable on and off the ice.
Scotty, I was lucky enough to actually go to a game with him one time, and we knew somebody in common, and I sat in the same suite as Mr. Snyder, and what was really revealing to me was what a fan of the game he still was at that time. And like, when the Flyers scored and they ended up winning the game in overtime, he was high-fiving everybody in the box. You know, it was a really special moment. And he would come down to the locker room after games, right? Like, and I think Jonesy and Danny are kind of doing that now, sort of carrying on that tradition of like, we're a part of this team too. We're your bosses, and you know, we're the hierarchy and the suits or whatever. But Snyder, like, he was into getting to know the players, rooting for them as individuals and as hockey players.
You're so right. It's one of my fondest memories of Mr. Snyder too. Game 82 in 2010, we made the playoffs the last game in the shootout, and like, I'm not sure how he got you know, from his suite down into our dressing room so fast, because we're like, oh, we made the playoffs, let's go, baby. And then, you know, when he comes in, everyone's just like, kind of like, oh my God, there's the man, right? He's signing our paychecks, and he's just he went around and he shook everyone's hand. He's like, I'm so proud of you. And then, you know, the comeback against Boston, he was in the room celebrating when we won that round. And then, you know, we get to the finals, and you know, obviously we lost in Game 6 at home, and you know, he came around anyway after that loss. It was, you know, devastating. There was tears, and you know, we were pretty somber, and he came around and shook everyone's hand, looked them in the eye, and said, I'm proud of you guys. I'm proud of you.
No,
so that was pretty cool.
Anybody who goes to locker room session and withstand that smell loves this sport. Because
my son's already stinking too. I got him skating already, and I'm like, geez, this is what my parents went through. In a small house with like 3 sets of equipment all drying out. It was just
it's ungodly. It's ungodly. Yeah,
it is.
So your son is 5, and you got him skating. Kathy's son has been playing hockey as well.
Yeah, he just started, and actually, you know what? I was talking to some people who were involved with the Ed Snyder Foundation, and you know, obviously, I knew what he did. I didn't realize how much he did and how much he impacted some of the kids that play.
It is incredible. Like, it's literally, you sign up for the Ed Snyder Youth Hockey program, and you get a full set of equipment. And we all know how expensive equipment is nowadays. It's astronomical, right? And so, you know, it kind of takes that load right off the hop of you know, kind of sign up for these classes and you know, learn to skate classes and everything. So it's pretty special. And you know, I'm fortunate to go to Voorhees Rink where the Flyers skate, and take him on an off day and just go me and him twirling around. And you know, I can't believe I played 17 years, how I feel on the ice now, just how foreign it actually feels, which is wild. But it's just something so cool. And I call my parents, you're driving back after a skate when he's crossing over and stick handling. Cool. And I'm like, I can't, like, I see it through my parents' eyes, what they did for, you know, my brothers and me. I'm like, oh my God, it's and the sacrifice and all that stuff is
the driving.
It's wild. So
that's amazing.
You definitely say thank you after, you know, 30 years or whatever, 40 years of them doing that for me. So.
That's amazing to be a part of the, you know, Snyder Foundation and everything. And it's so cool that you're a part of this as well. And I think maybe, you know, we talk about getting that equipment. That's great. Do you think, you know, Scotty Hartnell will make an air freshener to go with that? You know, you can leave a legacy as well.
Yeah. Your parents will love you.
Yeah.
I like it, Ed. I'll cut you in on half of that deal. Okay?
Brother, I'm here for it. I'll get more tattoos. Let's go.
Yeah. Let me ask you, because you talked about, you know, a couple losses. But I think everyone's, no one is saying, oh, well, you know, this is horrible. Everyone's still on a high because
the way they turned it around?
Clearly have the right people in place. Yeah. And I think most people were saying, okay, we're cautiously optimistic and it's set a level, and the team has exceeded that. It's been wondrous to watch. You have to feel that as well.
It's awesome. You know, I think the bar was set really low, you know, the last couple of years, right? and they are playing good. They're in a playoff spot right now. And what I see, and I know a few guys that are playing still, Couturier and Atkinson and Lawton and those guys, and it just looks like they're having like so much fun, right? And I could always tell, or my parents watched every game when I played, and I had scored in 10 games, and kind of a few losses, and my mom would always say, "Hey, get a smile on your face, right?" And what do? You score a goal, and then you're ear to ear smile, and you get a win, and then you just take off, right? And this team is just kind of, they were here 3 weeks before training camp. They had the 3 weeks Tortorella just abusing training camp, how they skate and get skate right into the ground basically, and then they just kind of started off running, right? And there's hiccups throughout the year, and they've lost 2 in regulation, 1 in overtime before that. So a little sticky right now, but I believe they're going to turn it around. Their goaltend defense have been amazing. I think that's what they thought was going to be the worst part, is their defense, but it's actually been just a real blessing in disguise how these kids have played.
Listen, we all know, and not personally, but just from afar, what a grind a hockey season can be, and like just how physically and mentally taxing it can be. But I wanted to ask, like, what do you miss most about being an active player in the NHL?
The smell.
Great question. We got the poopery all over. So there's like probably 2 or 3 things I miss like warming up for the games, the soccer game, the 2-touch game that you play, and you're trying to get guys out. And I played that for my whole career. You miss that kind of warm up, that camaraderie, the laughing, because you're playing in an NHL building at the Wells Fargo Center. You're supposed to be dialed in and serious, man. We had so much fun in that thing.
That's so cool.
I miss playing cards on the plane, and obviously the charter flights. You zip up there 10 minutes before the flight's going to take off, and poof, it's on time. And I experienced that coming back from Edmonton, right? It was just like, oh, this is the best. You're sitting there, you get breakfast in the morning, breakfast sandwiches, a little lunch, a couple hours in. I'm like, man, this is an unbelievable way to travel. And obviously when you hit the back of the net and at home on the road, and you got 20,000 people there just screaming your name, and you had a good shot at those kind of highs you can never, I don't think, replicate. But but those like kind of couple things, and obviously just the dressing room, the guys that you're hanging out with. I know I'm hanging out with my wife all the time, and not that she's not fun.
Do you want me to speak for you again, Scotty?
Yeah, please. Cut me off.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah. All right. Well, the game is coming up on Saturday, 1:00. You're going to be there, I assume, right?
Oh yeah, I'll be working and kind of just seeing all the tributes and stuff like that during the game, and it's just going to be a real heck of a day. And I think the last few years, everyone kind of gone away from what the franchise, how the franchise got here, why the franchise here, how much passion there is in the fans. And with Jonesy and Danny B and Dan Hilferty, they've done one heck of a job, unbelievable job, kind of going back to the roots of this foundation. And I think that's what people wanted, in the city. They wanted to, we get rid of Comcast. No, you're not going to get rid of Comcast, but bring in the guys that that love this franchise and love Mr. Snyder, which is incredible. And then that's what it's all about, right? Kind of, you can't forget where you came from, and if you do, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, well, it's this Saturday, 1:00. It's going to be a great game, Wells Fargo Center.
Yeah, and then Preston, sorry to cut you off there. There's another big game on January 26th, an alumni game against Boston when we're inducting Mark Recchi into the Flyers Hall of Fame. So I'm gonna actually lace the skates up there. We got the Big E's in town. Mike Richards is coming back, former captain when I was here.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a lot of guys that fans will know now. Joe Watson, the legendary guy from back.
Your buddy Timo's coming in from Finland. He's going to play as well, right?
He's here. Yeah, he lives across the street from me, that guy. I can't get away from him. So, he's coming, so it'll be cool to. And then we're actually playing the Boston Bruins alumni, so that'll be fun as well. So there's that game as well, and those tickets are at Flyers charities.com. So that's pretty cool little bump there for them. So I'm looking forward to getting back at the Wells Fargo Center.
Excellent.
We're looking forward to seeing you. It's an exciting time right now. Good to catch up with you, Hartsey, man. Thanks for checking in, bud.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, take care.
All right, we'll see you. Scott Hart. Love them. That's the best.
We're going to have tickets for that alumni game to give away next week, Preston. They're going to give us some 4-packs to give away for the game on the 26th for the alumni game.
Ian is so excited. He got a chance to talk to Scott.
This is amazing. This is truly the year of finance. I'm so excited. It began 20 minutes ago. Yeah. It's already off to a great start.
And we're going to play some outro music for you, too, to hopefully make you happy.
Happy birthday to me.
There you go.
Amazing.
On the way out.
Thank you. That's what it's about.
Great to see you, Ian.
Ian. You too. You too.
I was thinking of Ian Ziering. I had that on the brain.
Well,
right
they're
now.
very similar. Yes, very handsome.
Thank you, fellas. Get your tickets for Punchline tonight, tomorrow, and the following night. We are going to take one more quick break, and we'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
That happened before. So,
you have a personal experience?
You never know the way it turns around in conversation.
Best segue I've ever.
Yeah.
But seriously, was Dunkirk necessary?
Put it in a bowl, spin it around.
I brought my dad. I don't mean to, but by the way, my dad did pass away. That is the truth.
Yes.
But I brought him to after he passed away. I dragged him to a frame shop, and I told them this is a true story. That's why I was wanting to get in here.
Yeah.
How important it was to me. I said, I said, this is my dad. He's dead, and I want to have him framed. And I go back next week.
Oh no,
he's not there, and the shirt is framed. I go, what are you doing, my dad?
There was a body.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that pisses you off. You tell me you didn't pay.
Can I add my serious thoughts to that for whatever it's worth?
Serious
that wasn't my serious.
Wait, that didn't happen?
That wasn't my serious. Is that I know from knowing this happened once with somebody's pictures after a wedding.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but the most empathy that it is met with, the easier it makes for you to try to go. Like if it's like I think what happens. Let's say it's a picture of your grandmother, whatever it is. Yeah. What would you have wanted your grandmother to do in that situation? Like to be nice to this person, to be. Like she'd probably want it to be the best scenario in the world. So if someone meets it with knowing how important it is, like to just look genuinely crushed, to me it would make it easier to go, look, people make mistakes even on these big things, and try to meet it with, it sucks, but it's okay.
Yeah.
But it helps when it's met with empathy. And I know someone that dealt with it once with pictures. It wasn't met. It was met with just like matter-of-factness. Like, yeah, sometimes that happens. It's like, oh, I think this person needs more than that right now.
Yeah. Would you freak out?
I would try to, I really would hopefully try to go to the best place I could be and go, I could do this. This is that person. I know it sounds a little cheesy. It's basically me. Like, could you say, could have that happened to you? Yeah, I could have done a stupid thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they lost a body on you. I mean, that's your father.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
deceased dad.
I mean, does the shirt at least still smell like him, or
a little bit?
Why have we as a society not ever entertained the notion of taxidermy when it comes to loved ones?
I heard it's illegal. I asked somebody once, like 10 years ago, and it's illegal.
I've only seen it in foreign countries where they've done stuff like that.
No.
Yeah, you don't look healthy.
Not taxidermy. They bury it.
It depends on what place you bring it to. I know
Maybe
a guy.
I can get it next time I come in here. Could you get a taxidermist that does people? I want to start talking to him on your show, and then I want to be left here in the Preston and Steve studio. If I die and you're still doing the show, I want to sit over in the corner with a drip bag from City Hydration.
Yep.
Can I tell you something that I noticed? Now, do you want it to be about what we're talking about right now, or just be something completely
different? Can I get serious?
Whatever.
Whatever you want.
Let's get serious.
Well, I think it's great. People that there's a name for these people, and they're called 2 minute. They want to tell you how close to where they live is to something, and it really is a thing. These people that go like, "Oh, where I live in 2 minutes. I'm in Gulf Mills in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I get to the Tony to my bridge 8 minutes. 8 minutes I get there. John, fill it in the background real much. 2 minutes.
I go 9 minutes.
9 minutes. I get down there. 17 minutes. I'm in Cherry Hill. 17 minutes. I get to Cherry Hill. 14. I get 2 hours. 2 hours. I get in my car to Florida on a plane. I get on 16 minutes. I'm in Pennsauken. I'm in Pennsauken in 16 minutes, and that's door to door. I can get on a jitney, get to Wildwood, New Jersey, 1 hour and 7 minutes. There you go.
Wow.
It's true, though. There are people who do that.
Wow, the bag's working.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll tell you what.
Side note, it's about 20 minutes to city hydration from here.
Picture that bit.
Dude, listen, my dad was amazing at that. So my dad drove a truck for a living. He would say, "I'll be home in 7 minutes." He was home in 7 minutes. I mean, and it was never like
He would just sit outside with the truck on.
Yeah, no, usually,
God damn it, I made it in 4 minutes.
Usually people round it to the nearest 5 minute, right? So it's like, oh, I'll be there in a half hour. I'll be there in 25 minutes. My dad would be like, all right, I'll be there in 16 minutes. And it was always.
And they drive reckless back then. If your dad wanted to be right on time, he'd kill the whole family. No, it's 8 minutes away. Turning hard corners. But I do want to say this.
Please.
Okay. I got nothing.
No.
Hey, how's the podcast going?
My podcast got canceled. Thank you. I asked you not to bring it up when when I saw you in the hallway. The podcast is going great.
I'm a fan.
Is going great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll tell you, you're all right. I'll tell you.
I'm getting my B12 bag.
See the bit you just 2 minutes, 4 minutes, just John filling in. Imagine that, but with 5 band members doing that. It's overwhelming.
You have a 5-piece band?
I'll have 3 instruments and sometimes 2 fillers, like just bongos and a tambourine, because for the bits. Like
he has 3 guys, but some of the guys have 2 instruments, Preston.
Thank you, bro.
Who lives the closest to you? How many minutes away?
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know.
He's doing a recall.
Todd, with the band, and I mean this is a total compliment, it's obviously rehearsed, but it seems like it's improv.
You know what? Can I tell you something?
Please.
I hope this is interesting to talk about on the radio, but people will know when they go see it. A lot of it isn't. Once, especially with John Brand Wagner, when he's with me, if he knows how to do it. Like you can ad-lib more than you think.
That's great.
And they. It's whenever I call on them, they're always there for whatever bit. It is a lot of fun having the band on the road. I feel like it's getting to do the best sketch.
Is this what you've always sort of dreamed about?
Yes,
having this vibe
great.
where you have sort of a traveling review or like a troupe of
just stand up with a band.
Yeah.
It's like you get to play and it's fun. But anyway,
how much more expensive is this? You got these guys got to stay somewhere. They got to eat. You got to You got to pay them.
You use a local. What I've learned, if John
there
is
are
just
hostels
one person,
all over the country.
He'll round up other musicians. Use a local drummer. You can always teach 2, 3 local people, and so you're just bringing one person with you.
Should ask me, dude. I would have accompanied.
Do you know that Preston is we kid you not. Preston is a sensational drummer.
But would you have wanted to do 6 shows?
Not at all. Hell no.
Right.
No. I would have done one of them though.
Well, you know what? You still can.
I got a gig on Friday night already, but yeah, maybe we can fit that in. We'll talk.
Well, listen, here's what I'd like to do. You'll do the Saturday. Oh, Freddie, I locked you. Saturday, you'll do both shows. I won't have it any other way. I'm 2 minutes from there, 6 minutes from there, sure.
How is Kimmel's? Are you doing it on the Kimmel set? You said you're at his club in Vegas.
Yeah, we shot it already.
And Jimmy is from Vegas and has always wanted to have a comedy club, and we hear nothing but great things about it.
Yeah, they did it. They did it really nice. Mostly what the showroom is very important, but also what is even more important is the green room. And he did the green room on his comedy club like it's at his show. Like his show is, there's nothing else like it. Like and I've been to like not perform. I haven't performed on the Tonight Show with Johnny, but I went to see someone that went and was there when Jay was there, and been to a lot of green rooms over the years. But Kimmel's is just.
All right, we got some more Bizarre Files stories.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we will start with this one, I believe. An investigation is underway after a large group of people tried to outsmart a restaurant's tipping policy on Monday night, which resulted in 2 employees getting pepper sprayed.
That didn't work well.
It didn't work well.
Was it 15%?
No. So it's normal for restaurants to add a gratuity to the check for larger parties. You've seen this happen.
Yeah, they'll tag it on.
A group of 10 tried to outsmart the system at the Wild Crab by sitting in groups of 5, pretending to not know one another. And it's all over the restaurant, from the door to the register to the menu, reading automatic 18% gratuity added to parties of 6 or more. One of the managers was a victim of the pepper spray. He says that the group of 10 came in acting like they weren't together, sitting in different sections, telling the host that they were a party of 5. Before being served, they were told an 18% gratuity would be added as the restaurant knew that they were together. The group asked to speak to a manager, and he told them that if they could not comply, they'd be asked to leave. Surveillance video showed as the party was leaving, an altercation broke out as crayons were being thrown at the managers.
Okay, so that's that kind of place with crayons.
Yeah. Then someone in the group pepper sprayed one manager as the group left. However, another manager had been pepper sprayed before that altercation. Firefighters and paramedics were called to evaluate those who had been sprayed.
Hey, look who it is. It's Ed right at the table next to us.
Yeah.
You're here tonight as well.
Large party gratuity is common practice with parties of 6 or more, with gratuity amounts varying depending on the restaurant you go to. But
Excuse me, sir. May we borrow some of your crayon? Well, it's Lou. Look at this.
They thought that they could outsmart them, so no dice. Pranksters put a large recliner in a Grand Haven, Michigan pothole, and the scene went viral. So this pothole is so big.
I've seen this.
That they could actually fit a recliner inside
That's
of
amazing.
Oh.
Yes.
No, I saw something different. You know this epoxy? They make these epoxy tables and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
That these people were putting like fake fish into the potholes
Yes.
and then filling it with epoxy, and it,
Oh my God.
it fills the whole thing. It's cool.
We've had some good stories of people taking their own approach on potholes.
I like the full recliner.
Move things up. So seeing the chair in the pothole, a guy named Corey Denny shared a photo of him sitting in the road on the pothole. More pranksters jumped in, and they added a bed and added lamps and additional furniture, even rubber duckies. People continued to post pictures with the pothole living room set on Monday afternoon. And a city council member named Ryan Cummins said in a Facebook post that they're in talks about repairing the road.
Yeah,
now.
probably.
Yeah.
I think that would help.
A motorcyclist vanished into the Kalamazoo River on Monday after running away from officers, police say. Police said that they were still working to identify the person. Around 4:30 on Monday, the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety said an officer tried to pull the motorcyclist over for a license plate violation. Police said the motorcyclist wouldn't stop, but the bike had some sort of mechanical problem, slowing it so the officer could catch up less than a mile from the traffic stop attempt. The motorcyclist ditched the bike and then ran away. And you can hear an officer saying on body camera video, stop, police, stop. And then you can hear the officer saying he's in the middle of the river right now. He's reporting on his radio. Looks like he's kind of given up, and he's just kind of walking in the river. And he's yelling at the guy, look, you're going to go to jail. Give up now. You need to stop. He called for more crews to help get the man out of the water, and you can hear him saying he's trying to swim down the river. He said he's having trouble swimming. He's going underwater. He looks like he's drowning. The man made it a little further in the river. Police said that he continued to struggle. They tried to coax him back, and then they saw him go under, and
that was it.
Never came back up. He walked into the river, and he's gone. So the video shows officers going in, but they couldn't get to the man. They lost sight of him.
Is it possible he had some beaver accomplices who helped him get across the river?
Maybe they had a scuba set underneath there or something for him. Police said that they brought in rescue boats, the county dive team, air units, and they didn't find him anywhere, and the search continues for this guy.
And for what?
Exactly.
And for what?
A 39-year-old man died following a shark encounter at Maui's Paia Bay. The officials said in a statement, upon arrival, ocean safety officers were transporting a male who sustained injuries from a shark encounter via jet ski to shore. Once on shore, life-saving measures were performed by first responding personnel, and they sent him to the hospital for further treatment, and he passed away.
Man.
He didn't make it. They didn't give any details as to what part of his body or anything like that. But
So data-wise, is it showing that the frequency of shark attacks is increasing around Hawaii?
I just saw a story over the holidays, and it's on par as it always is. It's just like
It's getting more coverage?
It's
It
just getting
seems
more
to be,
coverage.
right?
It's reported. Yeah, that's it.
So just a weird incident that took place. All right, how about weird incidents? When most people encounter scammers, they usually try to take their money or valuables. But for one Florida woman, her entire driveway was stolen.
Yes, I saw this. It's insane.
Amanda Bracco put her home up for sale in early December and made investments such as replacing the roof and completing minor repairs. But days later, her son told her that several people had stopped by the home to measure the driveway. Her son counted 5 contractors over a few days. Bracco managed to confront one of them, who told her that a man named Andre had reached out to him asking for a driveway replacement. Quote, Andre had told the contractor that he was the landlord. Well, Andre received a quote of $7,200 to replace the driveway, which Andre agreed to. However, he was unable to meet the contractor to pay the deposit. At this point, the contractor became wary of Andre's claims that he was the landlord and demanded proof of ownership before starting the job. The contractor has not heard from Andre since. So Braku called deputies who called Andre. They said that he said it was a mistake and he just got the address wrong and nothing else would happen. Well, the following week, Braku's entire driveway was gone.
Yeah.
Deputies have since launched a criminal mischief investigation into the incident. They called Andre again, who told them that he had nothing to do with it before hanging up. And Braku said, I just want to find the person who did this because it's wrong that they targeted me and my family.
Where'd you get that driveway there?
Meanwhile, Braku is on a time crunch. She is currently under contract to purchase a nearby property and had planned to use the money from selling her current home to make the down payment. And nobody knows who this Andre guy is.
Yeah, and how would you steal? I mean, you steal it in, obviously you have to steal it in chunks, or are you pulverizing it to reuse the concrete?
But they took it and
it took my driveway.
Gone, entire driveway.
The driveway.
They
Never
took
heard of
the
it.
whole freaking driveway.
I've heard of a porch being stolen before, but never a driveway. And there you go. That is what we have in the bizarre file for you. All right, if you hang out for a bit, we're going to have a chance for you to win a prize, and it'll be to test your knowledge of today's program. So stay put. We'll get trash and music news, too. We'll be right back.
Own thing, and it's gigantic, and there's like food everywhere, and there's pool tables, and it's just a really fun green room.
Water served in glass pitchers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, he loves comedians. He loves you. How long have you known him? That
you know what? I know him, but don't know him. It's really weird. Like you know someone, but you don't know them. You know, you don't see him that often, but you feel.
Did you find out he was a fan or what?
No, I knew. I when Sarah dated him, she would. You got to have Todd on the show, but let him do bits.
Yeah.
Like let him do different things, and that's sort of how I got to do it. Just to do different bits.
And you've been friends with Sarah for a long time.
Sarah used to sleep on our sofa. I used to live with a guy named Dave Rath. He's a manager, and then Sarah would come in from New York, and she would sleep on our sofa. And I always thought she was so cool. I don't know why, but she's
been great, and she's part of the reason you're here on this planet today. Right?
You're right.
Yeah.
Well, you know, really, she's probably the reason I almost died, because she was the one telling people I was okay. She was going, no, he's just high, he's fine. Jeff Ross is the reason.
Ross. Okay.
By the way, along the lines of the people who always say how far away they live from things, how many minutes, there are also people who say who slept on their sofa, too.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it. Mm-hmm. Preston, about 5 years ago, can I tell the story?
Please. I'm okay with it. It's been a while.
I bumped into him in the hallway. I was going around the corner, and I bumped into him in the hallway. And that was it. I said, I'm sorry. I thought I was very, I wasn't like a jerk. He goes, one day, he goes, I don't care if it's 5 years. You're going to say something, then I'm going to call it back, and I'm going to put it right in your face. And that's exactly, I guess, and I thought he forgot about it.
He never forgets.
I thought that he let it.
Never forgets.
Do you think I'm performing good today? Do you think the people listening? Because I said I'm going with my A game. What's it say at the top of those notes?
2 minutes from 8 minutes. Oh, no, wait.
Preston and Steve.
Frame Dad's body. Oh, well, Preston and Steve. I'm sorry.
A friend of mine, he told his wife, he saw how affectionate his wife was with the dog.
Okay.
So he just said, maybe half kidding, he goes, why don't you treat me more like the dog? So, and now every time he poops in the house, his wife squirts him with a water pistol. Which, by the way, is a humane way. I told somebody that story, and they go, does that work? I go, well, I think I heard it was a non-physical way to maybe train your dog if it's barking or something. I think I saw it on a show, which I like anything that creates non-physical for anything. You dog or anything. I thought to squirt the water pistol. But let's say you have a dog, I thought of after I heard the water pistol thing.
Right.
The water pistol's not working. I mean, okay, you got to stop at one point. You can't have, if he's really a bad dog, you get, a fire hose. You're, just right over to the neighbor's yard.
Sure.
Oh, you act like you're trying to go, no, let me just squirt him a little bit. You open up that hose. The dog, right over to the neighbor's yard. You go, oh, I tried to just use the water to teach him, but he was a bad dog. I think he's somewhere. I can't see him. He's on a farm. We used to get rid of, not so many, but once in a while we'd have a dog growing up. You know, when you try to fix the story as you're telling it?
Yeah. We get rid of so many pets.
I don't want to make it look out of proportion, but over the years, probably 3 stories And me and my brothers didn't honestly figure it out till we were older. I didn't even know it was a thing. We had a dog, and it would always go to a farm.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
But
the farm
everybody,
is a
the farm
thing.
is put to
Yeah.
sleep.
Yep,
Yeah.
the dog, they put the dog down. They didn't want to break it to the kids.
No, there's a
And I
farm
think-
out there that's got a ton of dead dogs.
Yeah.
I think it's a.
They kill it.
I think a lot of times it's not always a parent that was doing anything wrong. The dog, they could have realized the dog was aggressive and not
Or a
able
dog,
to be.
or for a kid, or the dog is just sick and it's in pain or whatever. It has to be put down. It's easier to lie to your child.
Right.
Yeah.
He's, because when I first saw these two dogs in the park, I remember. I just realized I can't tell this joke.
You did?
And you're.
Well,
I'll tell you what it is.
Try
but
it.
when we get to the part that is the part I can't do, you're going to go, why would you even have thought you could ever?
Well, we egged you on, so we'll take the blame for it.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
That when I saw these, but this is a true story. It's a true story. Why would I make it up? True story. When I was younger, I saw two dogs in the park, and they were going at it, bumping each other.
Yeah, right.
And I asked my dad what they were doing, and he said, because he didn't know how to deal with stuff, and he just said, he goes, they're. I remember, he said, they're playing a game.
Yeah.
So I was like, I just asked him, I go, like a little kid will. And I go, what's the game? And he said, it's effing. It's called. He said it. Yeah.
Did you watch the Golden Globes by any chance?
No, I did not.
Oh, because Ricky Gervais, he did a little bit of a monologue, and he had gotten to a joke where, we'll get you a water. And he had gotten to a joke where
just top off his bag.
That's so weird that you need water, but you've got the saline going through your body.
Did you hear what they said?
I wasn't paying
Hydration
attention.
so cleanly and brilliantly. She explained the difference between water that would make you thirsty and the hydration that would make you feel like I do right now. I feel like, can I tell you right now? I could bend steel. And I'm not thinking just, I'm not just thinking maybe I, thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you, Marissa.
Have you ever been on stage and you thought better of a joke that you were about to tell and had to hang a 180 away from it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
It's sometimes, you know what it will be? I'll be doing an old joke that I didn't realize, just don't. I have a different relationship with what I say that comes out of my mouth. So I'll be like, I'll think of an old joke, but then halfway through I go, oh, that's not nice.
Right.
And I just want to stop. I'll just go, you know what? I don't need that joke anymore. I had a series called If you see a sign that says don't do it, it means somebody did it.
Yes.
Okay. It's true. Because, they don't just put, if it says, I don't have to repeat the bit, but I will do one example from the old pile of part of this joke. For instance, if you see a sign that says no diving in the jacuzzi. Yeah, somebody dove into a jacuzzi, which think about that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
A moron. Yeah. A moron. And I don't like to call people morons because if I'm so smart, why shouldn't I be so smart to just talk about people kinder? But I don't know the word for it. And by the way, I hope this guy probably had a dad. You have children. You have people that love you.
Yeah.
Who are you to go, hey, I'm going to go dive into that jacuzzi?
Yeah.
So maybe you're better off.
Did you work at Dairy Queen? And
I
was
did
it
work at
Plymouth
a Dairy
Meeting?
Queen, not to brag. But so when you talk about signs that, if there's a sign, I'm going to make full circle. Everyone's going to be proud of me. It's okay to get a little lost, but you got to deliver.
No.
So here's the point.
Yeah.
Right.
So the ice cream place, it says 3 sample limit. It doesn't say 4. It said 3 sample limit. And I thought about something. That tells a story. That tells 3 sample limit. You know what that story tells me? Look, lunatics come in different forms.
Yeah.
So when I use the word lunatic, people might go, lunatic? Yeah, that means a lunatic. Anybody that would go get 3 samples is a lunatic. Look, you certainly have problem with boundaries. If you're going to go, can I taste one? Can I get another? Can I get a third? Is there any stopping you? So that's what I think. That 4
is enough.
3 sample limit.
I think 3's too much.
I agree. Matter of fact, if I'm with people, 1, I'm okay with. You have to realize that not everyone's like you. People have a right to go get a sample of ice cream, Todd, even if it's something you're insecure about it. I say no sample. None.
Do you ever sample deli meat? I've seen people do that. Can I have a slice of that?
Oh, yeah. I've done that. I've tried cheese.
Right. So you can do that
like that.
occasionally, same thing.
Yeah.
You don't do 4 or 5 different types of.
I trust the relationship where I'm getting it, but in the right situation, definitely. In that situation, I could lie and go, no, I don't do it.
Soul on Fire, 93.3 WMMR. It's 16 minutes after 10 o'clock. Preston and Steve show. Sliding our way into 2024. We got stuff to give away. Love it when that happens. We're going to do today's lesson question. Let's see what we have that we are going to offer to you. A pair of tickets to see Brett Goldstein, Roy effing Kent. Thursday, January 25th at the Met in Philadelphia.
He's there.
He's every effing where. All right, so the question we will ask this morning is, what is the 1920s version of felching? 215-263 WMMR. This will be interesting to see if you remember that, because I couldn't have told it to you. I remember talking about it. 215-263 WMMR. What is the 1920s version of felching? 215-263 WMMR. If you know the answer, give us a call right now. While you're calling, we'll do these stories.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you by CSB Media Arts Center. Train for a career in broadcast media, web development, social media marketing, and filmmaking at CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill. Visit gocsb.com. That's gocsb.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, the Gucci store in Aspen recently exited customers and locked the doors so Mariah Carey could come in and, quote, shop without distraction. In a related story, the Conshohocken Target honored a slightly out-of-date coupon presented by Kathy Romano.
Hello.
Ray Rice was honored by the Baltimore Ravens this past weekend, 10 years after he infamously knocked out his girlfriend in an elevator. The Ravens issued a statement clarifying that the honor was for his on-field prowess and not his achievements in domestic violence.
Oh, my God.
And finally, guitarist Frankie Sullivan, a founding member of the band Survivor, had over $300,000 worth of watches and timepieces stolen from his L.A. home. Investigators immediately descended on Sullivan's home, trying to determine how he had $300,000 of anything. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're looking for the answer to this question, which is, what is the 1920s version of felching? 215-263 WMMR. We will go to Kristen to see if we can get an answer. Hi there, Kristen.
Good morning.
All right, Kristen, what was the 1920s version of felching?
That would be Lapazoo.
Lapazoo. Well done. That is correct. Hang on, Kristen, because you get a pair of tickets to see Brett Goldstein Thursday, January 25th at the Met Philadelphia. A few tickets to remain via Ticketmaster. All right, by the way, the Charleston, this is Nick pulled up information about a Lapazoo and what it really is.
Yes, please.
The Charleston is a Lapazoo, which is a variation of the word Lollapalooza, which means exceptional example of something, in this case, modernism. So it was referring to Charleston at the time, very modern, and so it was called a Lapazoo, and therefore that's a riff on the word Lollapalooza. I didn't know the word Lollapalooza meant something exceptional. So there
That's
you go.
pretty interesting.
A little bit of knowledge for you.
It
This
doesn't
morning.
have anything to do with felching then.
Not at all.
Yeah,
not in the slightest bit.
Who knew?
Which is the humor in it all.
Giving my sweetie the Lapazoo.
Yeah. All right. No, we already did that. We're going to do music news now.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
All right, we're going to lead with this story. Rage Against the Machine has reportedly broken up for the third time.
What?
Bassist Brad Wilk announced on his Instagram that the band's oft-postponed reunion shows will never be rescheduled. He wrote, I know a lot of people are waiting for us to announce the new dates for all the canceled Rage Against the Machine shows. I don't want to string people or myself along any further, so while there has been some communication that this may be happening in the future, I want to let you know that Rage Against the Machine, Tim, Zach, Tom, and I will not be touring or playing live again. So I'm sorry for those of you who have been waiting for this to happen, and I really wish it was.
Are they going to be releasing their annual activities list?
I don't know. They'll coordinate with Kathy and get back to you on that.
We'll get back to you.
Rage broke up for the first time in 2000, arguably at their height of mainstream awareness. Zach De La Roca had left the band, and the remaining members reformed with Chris Cornell as Audio Slave, which is a wonderful band.
Sure is.
They got back together in 2007, went on hiatus in 2011, reformed to announce a public service announcement tour in 2019, and then COVID happened. The rescheduled dates kicked off in 2022, only for De La Roca to suffer an erupted Achilles tendon at a Chicago stop. The band finished the first leg of the tour, then delayed further dates to allow the frontman to heal, and those dates are now apparently permanently canceled.
Well, that band has always been pretty volatile.
Yeah.
Some infighting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to carry on the legacy
of Rage Against the Machine.
Maybe the Rage Against the River Valley Vocal Band.
That could be that. There's possibly some type of thing there. A chat between guitar legends, Queen's Brian May and Black Sabbath's Tony Iommi, has been posted online. You can watch them trade old stories as they play their own versions of Sabbath's Paranoid. We have a couple of clips of this. Brian May Tommy about inspiration for the song Paranoid. Here's that first clip.
Where did Paranoid come from? And we didn't have enough songs to fill the album. So the producer said, we need another song. I went, oh, we don't have another song. What can you come up with one? It can't be any more than 2.5 minutes. We've never written anything less than bloody 5 minutes. The others had gone out to have something to eat. I came up with this riff. So when they got back, I played them this. It's basic. It's not technical by any means. What I've always done is not try and play anything that's flash. I play things that I think is right for the song.
And then they start jamming to the riff a little bit. So there's a clip of them playing together the song, which is pretty awesome.
I'm going to commit sacrilege by joining in. It's a good riff. It will go far.
Yeah, I love that. That's so cool.
That's amazing. Both of those gentlemen have been in the studios of WMMR. We had Brian May on our show, and Pierre interviewed Tony a long time ago.
It was actually the highlight of my career was to get in and talk to the boys, the lads, and then the Kathy Romano. She had the weirdest looking thermos I'd ever seen.
It's one of my favorites of all time. Brian May in our studios.
Oh, it was the best.
I actually liked it. The book was a stereoscopic book that was kind of cool.
Yeah. The video was just uploaded to the Guitar World YouTube channel, and the clips were taken from a 3-part documentary series that originally aired last fall on the greatest guitar riffs. I would like to see that. Let's see. Speaking of great guitar riffs, Ace Frehley is set to release his new solo album called 10,000 Volts, coming out on February 23rd. He says that the songs are reminiscent of the Kiss album Rock and Roll Over. And he wrote and recorded the album with Trickster's Steve Brown. He said there's no BS on any of these songs.
First song's called frickin' Spaceship.
There's no filler and zero wasted space. Steve was great about helping me trim the fat, he said. Ace released the title track and lead single in November. Previously unseen footage of Led Zeppelin performing at Michigan's Pontiac Silverdome in 1977 has emerged online. The 23-minute clip captures the band playing to what was then a world record crowd of 76,200 people.
Wow.
For a single-act show.
Yeah,
that's
pretty amazing.
Big-ass crowd.
Even still.
The 8mm film shot from the audience has been restored and was posted by Guitar World. At the time, Zeppelin was touring in support of their 7th studio album, Presence. And tickets for the concert sold for $10.50.
$10? Wow. What am I, Rockefeller?
Wow, man. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in music news for you.
I was thinking in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I watched that not that long ago, but, Damone is selling these tickets, and he's got the tickets for Van Halen.
Cheap trick.
Yeah. They were like $20 or something.
Right,
like
right.
I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah, and those are astronomical prices. Those are scalper prices.
Uh-huh.
Keep that in mind. All right, let's take a final break. We'll come back in a second and wrap up the program. We will, of course, get you that letter of the day for the word of the week. There's only 3 letters this week, so 2 more to go, and then we will give that prize away tomorrow. We'll come back in a second. Stay with us, please.
Seem like a hypocrite. There's something different about the ice cream.
But they have the little spoons. That's
Yeah,
what it's for.
but
You're one of those, aren't you?
What about You're trying to gain the system, and so my kids are big. They love to do the free samples. I'll give them 1, and that is it. And it's only because they haven't been on the planet that long, so they haven't tried. If you're a 40-year-old man and you don't know what rum raisin tastes like you know.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
And if it's at the yogurt place where you do it yourself in a little cup, all right, you're not. That's fine. Go over in the corner, have a ball. But where they have to scoop it for you. So I have a different standard for if you're doing it yourself at least, because it's not making someone else do it.
Sure.
And for kids, of course, it should. Yeah, whatever a kid wants to do.
They're our future.
Yeah.
You got to teach them well, Steve, right?
Exactly.
I disagree wholeheartedly. I think that you can sometimes be in between flavors, or maybe there's one you've never tried before. Or I say that not every rum raisin is the same, sir.
Okay.
There are a lot of places that make their own ice creams, and I would like to try that.
Preston's dessert of choice is ice cream.
Sometimes you look raisin, it is a very clear, milky white look. Other times it's kind of brownish. I wonder how that one tastes as opposed to the other
I'm
one.
going to, not to be a wishy-washy with my opinion, but to prove that I could change my opinion, I'm changing my stance. I'm going to say
4 samples?
A lot of it's just with the demeanor, and you're matter of fact about it.
Yes.
Hey, could I try talk to the person. You have to go, you don't have to make.
I hate to be an imposition. Yeah. I'm a little wishy-washy here. Yeah. I just had an IV bag.
You're right. Not all are the same. So I guess really, it's a case-by-case situation. So Casey was wrong, and what you said to especially Preston was disrespectful.
I apologize.
And I'm as a fan of the show and honored to be here. Right. I'm not trying to kiss anybody's tuchus. I thought you were way out of line.
I was way out of line. What are your thoughts on free samples? Because you see it at the fudge kitchen,
the mall, Costco. You can go around and spend an hour trying the samples.
Costco. I got in trouble at Costco. That's when I realized the world people are crazy.
Yeah.
I had a
World War II wasn't an indicator.
Well, that's like, and by the way, this does make sense. Please remind me to get back to what I did at Costco.
Okay,
but it does have to do with you said
World War II?
Nazis?
Yeah,
what did you do at Costco?
Okay. World War II.
World War II.
Hitler.
Ice cream samples.
Someone told me that Hitler, this is a true story, they told me this, whether it's true or not, it's true, I don't know.
Okay.
But they said Hitler ate a piece of cake every day. Isn't that crazy? I told my friend, I don't think it's the craziest thing about him.
Brought to you by Patient First Cold and flu season is here.
I've got a clode.
You do have a clode. Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't speak.
You were traveling all day.
I was.
What's Harry, though?
I was going to say they handle everything.
They Harry your clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it Harry.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes and harries it correctly.
I'm sorry. And I snorted too. So we were chatting last night, and Kath shared a story with us about a friend who had a doctor's appointment, I think it was, Kathy?
Yeah, it's like a televisit, a telemedicine visit.
Yeah, we were just talking about, Zoom conferencing and all that stuff, and maybe speaking to relatives and so on. And
framing a shot.
Yeah, framing a shot.
So that you're seen.
My mom she's always laying down when I talk to her, and she holds, I guess, we have a thing called a gram pad, which is like an iPad, and she holds it down low. And so I always get this shot going up. It looks like a looming, intimidating camera angle, but she only frames in part of her chin, and that's all that I see. So we're all coping with different.
Yeah, you love them, and obviously the grandpad has been a godsend. But you would like to see the full face of the woman who gave birth to you.
But listen to this. So Kathy's friend had a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, she had a doctor's appointment, and it was, over the computer. And so she just assumed they would be like chatting and talking about, I guess, whatever it is the checkup was for.
What kind of doctor is this?
So the doctor was with her gynecologist.
Oh, okay.
And so she was trying to explain something to her. And finally, at one point, the gynecologist said, you know what, you're going to have to show me.
Oh, my God.
And so she took her pants off and straddled the computer.
Oh, my
Preston,
God.
though, she was at work.
I was like, oh, wait, back up. I was like, what? You had to show her? And she was like, yeah. She's like, listen, I've been going to her for years. Like, so it was okay. It was fine. So I even texted my neighbor who's a gynecologist, and I said, do you do this with your patients? And she's like, well, no, we don't. But she's like, I guess some people do.
Well, okay, so so with televisits, it's become a thing, and the discussion is, if this is going to be something, Dr. Mike seems to think it's going to be a
ongoing. Yeah,
I hope so.
Yeah.
I
to be
really
honest,
do.
if you can just go, I have this rash on my arm instead of driving across.
Here's your copay now. Call in my prescription.
Call it in. You got this.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you can clear waiting rooms and stuff for people with more serious things, that's a positive.
Listen, there was it was more in the thick of COVID when things were a little bit more touchy, and not that it's gotten any better, but our fear of it was a little bit stronger a little while back, and so I had a teleconference with a specialist whom I would regularly go into the waiting room and wait minimum hour and a half past my appointment schedule, and this one, right on time, done deal, in and out. It was so easy to do.
If you can do it now
I had to show him my butthole. But other than that, it was okay. Now
hold it up there. Yeah. But I would say this then, right? If you're going to call your gyno, and this is the one who is. Maybe call on your phone for ease of use. So you can hold it down, right, Preston?
Right.
It's harder to put your iMac up to your cooter,
Oh,
right?
my God.
I mean, to me.
I think it was just jumped over it. And
I mean, I'm not going to ask what was the issue, but did it get it done? Was it,
Oh, yeah, I see it right there. Yeah, it looks like Idaho.
Oh, right. Like, I don't know. I didn't go further into the conversation. I was just shocked that.
How did that get in there?
She actually had to do that.
Steve, like anything else that we've seen in COVID times, we've seen some industries have had a boom because there's now a demand, maybe like at-home stirrups and stuff like that.
Why not? Yeah, absolutely.
Could end up being an industry.
Time for my appointment.
Absolutely. You know what you do? Just take the Casey. You're a cyclist. Just get on your bike and put them up on the handlebars.
You could do that.
Hang on a second. I want to go to Carl. Carl, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, what up, oranges? Oh, wait, no, you're triangles.
Wait a minute. What was that from?
What is that from?
It was me.
When Casey was talking about that dumb Cracker Barrel game.
Oh, that's
the game. What's up, Carl?
We always mess up our shapes and colors. It's all good.
Yes, yeah.
So I had what I thought was a weird bulge in my belly button area, and I thought, this is kind of weird. I should tell a nurse, like my sister's a nurse, so she said, you have to send us a picture and we can look at it. So I'm like, how am I going to take a...
Ding, ding. There it is. Thank you, Apollo, for that.
Either my daughter's Apollo.
Goodness.
My daughters?
It is 10:36 on
the showgram.
On the showgram, which we're about to wrap up. Yeah, thanks, Rock. I appreciate it. Today has been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We learned a lot.
We learned about things that have entered the public domain, songs from yesteryear.
Learned about the fanaticism of Stanley Cups.
Absolutely.
But we don't mean the NHL championship trophy. We mean, mugs, coffee mugs.
And your erotic Kathy dreams?
My erotic Kathy dream wasn't erotic. It was naked, but yeah.
Learn that Stanley Cups and Stanley Tools are two different companies.
Things.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we learned quite a bit today. So I would like to thank our guest, Ian Fidance. Is a wonderful human being. He's hilarious, and he's from the area. Go see him. Punchline tonight, 7:30, and then there's 2 shows tomorrow and Saturday. And you can go to punchlinephilly.com to get the ticket information. Also, thank you to Scott Hartell. The Flyers Ed Snyder Legacy game is on Saturday against Calgary Flames. Tickets available for that. And then they've got an alumni game coming up as well.
Friday, January 26th. And next week, we will have tickets to give away for that.
Awesome. Thank you, Scott, for being on. Pierre Robert is here. Hello, sir.
Hi there, kids.
Nice to see you today.
And to you, Sue.
How was your world? You, Sue?
You, Sue. You, Sue Endor.
Yeah.
He is a wonderful, wonderful
singer.
Singer, yes, from Africa.
That is correct, yeah.
By Peter Gabriel, and others.
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent. So, shall we just dive right into the letter?
No, let's talk for a while.
Let's chat for a while.
No, let's go to the letter.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter.
U as in Uganda.
All right. And then there's only one more letter to go. We'll get it tomorrow, and then we'll give away a pair of tickets for the 2024 Black Tie Tailgate Party Friday, January 12th at the 2024 Philadelphia Auto Show, PA Convention Center. It's January 13th through the 21st. New cars, classics, customs, everything in between. You can come find what fuels you. Tickets are on sale now at phillyautoshow.com. So, you have this entire blank canvas. What type of a tapestry will you be creating today?
Don't you know, I've got my paints out. I'm painting. I'm going to paint. So we start by numbers, but then we'll leave the numbers behind.
And you'll go outside the lines, create your own work of
will.
art. Will you be able to do that sans glasses, though? I notice you're not wearing your glasses.
Oh, they're right here.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
They're we've all started wearing glasses. You guys wear them.
Yeah.
And how the F do you keep them
clean? I know.
I mean,
know.
I got those, fuzzy wipe things and sprays.
Eventually,
and I do it, and I make them all nice. I put them on, and 10 effing minutes later, they're all
smudgy.
Smudgy. And then you want a pocket protector.
They can put a man on the moon.
Exactly.
They can't make it decaffeinated coffee.
I think I do have a question about that. So when you have your little cleaning cloth, which I do,
I got it right here.
I think needs to be cleaned from time to time.
I wash my
and
cleaning
therein
cloths.
is the problem. You do wash your cloth.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But I have like 1,800 pairs of glasses.
You do.
And I always get new cleaning cloths with everything, and I have hundreds of cleaning cloths.
I have a question. Do you get your prescription? Do you get your eyes reevaluated every year?
Yes.
And
every year.
is it usually the same, or sometimes you need improvements? And if so, you have so many pairs of glasses. What do you do?
That was a crisis this year because I did get a slightly different prescription, and they said, wear this for a day. And I'm having a hard time with a new prescription, so I can't figure out whether to go with the older prescription or the newer prescription.
You'll get used to it.
Okay.
You do have to just give it time because it could give you a headache and stuff in the beginning.
Right.
But you'll get used to it if that is indeed what your prescription
I
should
walked
be.
into a tree. Other than that, I thought I was doing
and it was inside, too.
Yes, it was inside.
Kathy's got horrible vision. She would know.
Yeah, and whenever I change my glasses, because I wore weaker prescription. Well, you wear weaker than I think your contacts anyway, but I wore weaker for a while because I hate that change. It does take a little while, but you will eventually get used to it.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
All right. On the program today, we have Workforce Blocks of Led Zeppelin. John Paul Jones' birthday was yesterday. Steven Stills had a birthday also yesterday, so we'll get to some CSN. And Michael Stipe has a birthday today of REM. So REM and CSN.
Yes.
That's a load of great music.
And LZ.
Excellent.
Quite a number of consonants.
All right. Anything else, or are we good?
That's it.
All right. I want to thank our sponsors. I just wasn't sure if you had more to go. Sponsors brought to you this morning by the Preston Steve Show, brought to you by Duncan. Preston Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Ashley. If Philadelphia wins the big game, so do you. Details at ashleyhomestore.online for details.
What? .com online?
Dude.
Did they leave out the com?
Freaking people.
For savings.
Okay.
Leave off the last
I'm going to guess it's ashleyhomestore.com.
Yeah.
But this says ashleyhomestore.online for details, so you go figure it out. Tomorrow on the program, We'll have comedian Pete Lee in our studio. Yes, Nick?
Sorry for correcting you, Preston, but it is ashleyhomestore.online.
I
their
apologize.
website.
I made a snide comment about these people, and I didn't need to do that. So these
Understandable.
people have their crap together.
Yes.
That's what I meant to say.
Yes.
All right.
I've never heard that.
I haven't either.
Yeah.
That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.